Yep, hey everyone. How's it going? Just on my usual setup stuff. Mostly telling Discord that I'm streaming. That the stream has begun. And all that. Different icon today. Didn't take too long. I woke up pretty late today though. I thought if I gave myself 10 minutes before the stream, I'd catch a nap like that. Wake up time, that did not work out. Hey Fearless, wow, has been a minute. You're fast. Like little messages. I'm just loading up the messenger that combines them all, and you've already met and responded back. Posted a message to say I don't responded back, but that's impressive. Welcome, welcome. I'm still doing the stream setup. Close, and then I just need the message for all the chats, and I'll be golden. Everything you got on my way to advertise more for the game, since it's, you know, wish listable now. And good old Kick, where a bot hasn't managed to message me before I post a message. That's rare. I wonder if software development's better than game development on Kick. I don't even know. I haven't done well on that at all. Alright. Should be everything I need. As I wake up. We'll screen that. Fair enough. Alright. All that set up. What was I even working on when I left off yesterday? I think I was making a room up here. Toymaker's office, something like that. Don't know what I was going to do with it per se. I just know I needed it. What it has to do. But it could be behind a wall here. And up front could actually be a thing. Also... I could technically make this enterable through a window. I can have one of these windows open, but I can't have both. And nothing is current. No, this is the oh yeah, I can't have that open. Well, I can. What's over here? Secret garden. I can't open both. Because you can bypass one to get to the other, it would act as a traversal between these two places. Which would be kind of cool in a way, but... I don't have to make it where this is openable yet. I guess he's built Toy City entrance, so I guess it's just Toy City key, huh? Well, let's just make this say Toy City and just Toy City key on both. Well, just Toy City. I'm debating on a bit of a path change for the game. Do I have a room that's secret out here that you can get to without without opening it that provide you an additional option? And when do I make this thing like, or is it a traversal between the two? What's the order I hand these things out? There's an order problem that needs to be set up on this. And the entrance to this room was originally like in the third area, so I really can't do much with it. Your spot of the day? Yeah. Oh, thanks for the follow for spot of the day. I can always use additional followers on Kick that are... To be honest, my every follower on Kick seems like a bot. I don't know if there's real traffic on Kick. I'm starting to question if any of it's real. I don't think it is. Kick is one giant pyramid scheme at the moment of people following each other with AI and just bot counts in general. Not sad, really. I need my order for chapter 2. This is correct, right? It should be. Basically, the secret garden and is available right here. The problem is you can enter the secret garden really quickly, but you don't necessarily go directly to the Pirate Cove. But is there some reason you can't go to Pirate Cove? It's a good question. So the data layer is involved here. This is why I wish I had put like chapter names on all of them, so that's why I could tell where each of them was. I'm gonna start putting chapters on the other ones, so that'll be much easier to figure out where they're at. But I don't think I want it to be able to enter that there. I think I want it to be only from one direction. Because I made the thing where you had to go up into here to get into this room, and I think that's cooler than entering it the other way. And I don't think I want you to start it from back there. In fact, if anything, I should probably remove things so you can see Charlotte appear here when you go in, and that makes it a little more interesting what's going on. YouTube showing up in the chat, right? YouTube one is the most finicky one of the lot for showing up in the multi-chat. Hey, Ainsbert. Okay, it did show up. How's your night going? Mixing some crap real fast here. Just vibing? It's fair. We live in a vibe world, apparently. I don't know, now whenever someone says they're just vibing, I assume that's actually just coding now. Like, I hear the term vibe used more with actual coding than anything else now. It used to be people were just getting high or something. I was like, oh, okay. To be fair, they might still be getting high, but a lot of times they're also coding. I need to black that out. I'm considering having another room that you entered from the secret garden by leaving the window. And I was debating on if I could have you enter from either direction, but it's too weird if you enter from Pirate Cove from this direction. And you come to this room, you can get this room first, so. Curse you, level order. Like, once you get here, it would be fine, but... I'm trying to make the, I'm thinking the Death Tarot is going to be there. I'm trying to make it available earlier. So what's on your agenda for the night? Anything exciting? Could be, doing that epic Mega Jam. Just started. Win yourself, and the top prize always involves like a computer if you're like a solo dev, and a bunch of other crap, but I actually don't know what else was in it. Probably the good stuff, I imagine. I could have some kind of a desk and things like that and not have anything like this back here all blocked off a bit. Funny part is everything I need in this room needs only to be in this section. The rest of this is just stuff, but I want it to almost be a functional office with just some things in the back, and I don't think all this steampunk extra crap would even be in this office, so... I'll probably get rid of that and the extra gears and instead just have some sort of office set up here, and then these things in the back is like trophy cases, which means I probably don't need this. I did just copy all this out of the other room. Would make sense that all his audio logs are in the back here. I usually wait till about midnight and then I start vibing as far as I drink while I code. That's my vibing. There's so much to do in this room now, but I don't have a purpose for all of it yet. I did get rid of this crappy little area above because it was too short. Made no sense. Honestly, these wouldn't go all the way over because there's no window here, so it would make no sense for them to be that far over. That's true. In hindsight, this makes no sense. But I might keep this singular one in case I need a singular one for some reason. Maybe shading the windows. So you'd think the shaded ones would actually be aimed downward and not out like this, so it's not like there's a light above. I guess I need a different ceiling for this too, because the ceiling's usually blue. But it can't be here, because it's only one thing. I could duplicate. Oh, I know why I duplicated it. Yeah, that's why I duplicated it. Hear me out. I wanted a different ceiling here, and rather than remake the whole thing, I was just duping this and shrinking it, and then... I move them next to each other. can't tell if they're next to each other very much. It's hard to do. I think it'd probably be easier if I actually put the metal I wanted on them first. EP master materials. Every once in a while something shows up that is so good that it changes my entire project, and this was definitely that. EP master materials. There's so many tileable materials, I could just add them onto like everything under the sun. Did it not duplicate you? Oh. It did. There you go. I think the bottom of all the floors should be this. It just looks nicer to have that and then have the wood here as opposed to the other, so this way it kind of seems like a fake sky. Honestly, I might change the ceiling to the same thing. The trouble with that is that nothing else in the city would have that blue. But maybe not. Maybe it'll just be a more restricted thing to match the weird piratey theme. That's true. Water is so much more pleasant to look at, but it goes over the top as like a hidden water. Oh, it's in the building room anyway. Okay, fine. Sure. Technically, this one only has to be a small area that it covers. Let me load in the other room first. Yeah, this water is just so much nicer looking. Weirder at night because it kind of is emissive in its own way, but that's fine. I'm fine with this emissive stuff. A little heavier than I want, but I can't get this water to look as good on the other cubes, and this stuff has built-in floating capabilities. I'll probably end up merging the two thingies at some point, but also the other one has the ability to view the water from the side. Something this does not have. It's probably fine on that side. I can go a bit into the walls. I don't care. Can only go so far under the walls. Let's look at how much better the water looks around the edges of these things and everything. I mean, it does it so much better. This is some like that voodoo master like material crap that I don't understand. The things they can do with materials. I think that's like the #1 thing I want to learn about Unreal Engine. Like the thing I'm missing the most. The garbage you can do with materials. It's just nuts. Far beyond my pay grade at the moment. Eventually it won't be. But for now. Far beyond my pay grade. It's like you're not actually shrinking all that much, are you? Is that like 2 of you or something? This is why I don't usually have the lights off when I do this. Can't see if it's actually hitting the wall or not. Man, it's still too big. Just look at it from this side. That's fine. Actually, this should probably just be loaded into the Safari room itself. It doesn't need to be loaded in the whole way. Whatever, we'll deal with you in a second. It's really more important here. Oops. I don't know why it's hard to click the water one here. Both have transparent materials, but for some reason one is much harder to click than the other. Yeah, it's just nicer looking. However you look at it, she's nicer looking. Plus, it doesn't really reveal to them what's below. But that's weird, you kind of see through that. But not really showing them what's below helps a lot. They also can't see what's above either. So then I can unload things in certain rooms without actually having it being a problem. Because they can't see above it, so it's not like an issue. Very handy, this thing that I speak of. Wait, is the... Okay, I'm just inside the floor. I was like, wait a minute. There's just with the floor? Really? Is it gonna be like that? I wish that Pond Scum one was really versatile for how these things looked, then it would be a bit better. I could use it and it would have more detail to it, though the water looks pretty good. Finally working on something that's actually relevant to the demo. That's the text. This other one has only 3, so... Right, that's the same. Oh, I haven't even clicked on the right one. It's like, wait a minute. If that's the case. I don't think this matters here, but does not have puzzle. Is not tagged. We'll do that in here too. One more set of water that needs to be lowered, if you will. The best part is in this room, I won't have to load what's behind these windows necessarily when you run in, because the water will be high up. I think I might need to load it anyway, but maybe not. It's kind of a shit job on that, didn't I? Yep. It is black, and half the time it's dark, so I can't even see it that the thing was a bit messed up, but whatever. Well, let's look at the other one there and get where the transform is. So I can click this, and it'll bring up the other one, I assume. Sure. I already have 4 there, doesn't matter. Never mind. There might be issues with water. I might actually change the water's transform and change these numbers later. Unless I reset the height of the water once you leave the area. But I can't really do that because some of the pools wouldn't be like that. So I might need to make some changes. That might be a thing. In hindsight. Guess it really hasn't come up yet. But now that they're together. This could go all the way to the ceiling. In fact, I could actually have it where this just falls all the way down. No, I can't really. Well, at that point you would just die if you fell all the way down. So you'd fall into a different room and be dead, which would be interesting. Originally, that's how the sunken depths was, is there was a flooded area, like you were on the 2nd floor and there was like a flooded like subterranean type of area, and that was what you fell into. It was just referred to as the sunken depths. Well, what if, and hear me out, it was like that again? Right? Because then the Emperor let you swim back up to here, which would be kind of cool. And the water would go to the same height, so I could actually recycle, not really the same water here, but I could recycle this water. No, it wouldn't be a recycle, it would be this here. The fact that these are all possibilities now is a thing that wasn't really before. Like, there was a lot of interconnectivity I cut out because of the fact that there was just no way to do it between the levels. Or no way that was clean. But now it is clean. Oh, this water is actually higher than that water, though, right? How much higher are we talking? Way too high. Does it have to be? Does it have to be at all? I do kind of like this idea of this being a giant pool. Which means I'll have to redo this floor a bit if I did that. But all these could stick up from below here in the sunken depths. That's kind of creating a system that would look probably somewhat interesting for this, I imagine. This wall would probably need to change that point. Is that cooler? It kind of is. Hmm. This is a special floor. But there's also a ceiling on here too. Like if I just got rid of this, replace this one section with a thing, or I could just have a death trap here. It's not gonna leave a death trap there, obviously, but. And this was just water that went all the way down. But then the water was just at the other level entirely. I might hate myself for this one, but we'll see. It is kind of a cooler concept. And then you would just fall directly into like the super deep water. Makes all these rooms so much deeper if that's the case. But if that's the case, I can also raise this water up a bit too. So let's put this water where it would be then at that point. Potentially, well, no, I can't raise it any higher. Right, because there's an island there, and they're not going to move the island up. So then this water would go down to like here. have to lower all those. I don't think I want to do that. Those things could be growing up out of there, but that does seem like it wouldn't really work out very well. I do like the idea that it's just a deep pool into here. In this little shallow pool. But to make this work, it's... everything gotta drop a lot. Probably make the safari room bigger, and the sunken depths wouldn't be any bigger at all. I would get rid of this thing here. The waterfall's kind of cool here. And this is more like a little fish tank that you can view from here, but it'd be much cooler if it was just an open thingy, because I don't know why you would have a small amount of water, a thing below, and then another water below it. That would be kind of weird. Like, what would be the point in that? Could I make this look better? All the trees and everything would be way lower though if I did that. I mean, I can just slide most of the crap back into location if I care, so I'm not really worried about it as far as resetting things, but it would force a redo of some stuff, but it would make a lot more sense if you had like a giant pool thing here, but all these trees would make zero sense. The rocks would have to now be much taller. But when you went down here, you could actually have all these giant, you know, mushrooms sticking up out of there. Would probably give a bit more character to the sunken depths, but the sunken depths already has some stuff going on down there, so. But it doesn't really have a lot going on. Like it's been a concept room for a long time. The issue is all the tiny little empress plants and stuff. I guess the question now is, what do I gain by making this super deep? Like, what do I really gain out of it? Oh, I can't do that. You might find a way to get into this room in advance. That'd be terrible. Because then they'd use the key to get through here. I think there's a broken compass key in here or something. Or, well, would you have the broken compass key? There is a key in here. Oh yeah, you could get into the frickin' the rest of the game. You could skip a whole chapter if that was a thing. So I guess I can't do that. If I built for it initially, I could do it. But it seems that it's not to be. Go all the way back here, we'll get it closer to where it's supposed to be. But the folder's already there, yeah. Most unfortunate. Would have been kind of cool to have it all merged together in one giant pool. But no. Nope, indeed. Such nope. Much wow. Oh well, let's focus on one room at a time. Mostly this one needs to move with that. This never has to move. I'm going to want one more of you down here. fact that the water's a little lit up is kind of strange, of course, but... What's the master material that you use? What are you using? PBR transparent. Whether I can make it darker or not, we'll find out. Here's what I can, actually. Good. What's light do? Did that actually change anything? We'll find out. See if they made it easy on me or not. It's not affected by light. Why is it only change this one? It's not even used. Oh, I see. Might need the emissive color, in which case I'll need to lower the number. Man, for something that's not even used, it is super long to edit this material. Okay. Piston particles, the things I need to learn the most. I think I have some knowledge on materials, but nowhere near enough. We won't even talk about how garbage my knowledge is of the particles. I know where I'm worthless, and it's definitely that. Finally do it? Good. Apparently this... Okay, I thought it was different for city. I was like, no. The dark is the one I was actually using anyway. Compile and save it. That helps immensely. Look at that. It's dark. It doesn't, like, you know, just blind everybody. That was a big problem, was the light issue. I'm just like, well, that's too bright for the nighttime. Here's your one way. What the hell is it hitting? Weird. Figure that out in a sec. I fixed the sticking to the wall problem. Yeah, I didn't apparently. Okay, is there like two of you? There's like two. Did I dupe this one? Wait, what? Oh yeah, there's this other number 2 here, which shouldn't be as high. It's not actually that high though. Right, it's below the thing. That shouldn't be a cause. This just isn't hitting everything, it looks like. Some kind of issue with how it's displayed, I guess. No? Something ain't right with this. I'm so confused at what would cause this. Yeah, what the hell? Hmm. I don't know why it's having issues in that one room. It shouldn't. Can't see anything that would cause it. It seems to be an issue only on that one. Hmm. Whatever. Wait, this has a different base number here. Hmm. I guess sunken depths is the location on that one. I hate that these are two separate things. It's so annoying. But what can you do? Neck hates me as usual. That's just how it be these days. You just assume your neck is the worst thing ever. If you're me. For everyone else, you know. Meh. Meh. The things I do to make this look better. It does look better, though I really have no idea what the hell this is. Wait, what, have you fixed yourself now? Oh, is it because you're on top of each other somehow, and that's the issue? Is this the cause? This thing here? This side thing? Huh. That poses a problem. Let's see. Yeah, that is it. What am I going to do about you then? Unless I have more than one in here. Oh, that's tedious. So I'll basically have to squish it to square, otherwise it's gonna have these ones that stick out in here and cause this issue. I didn't realize the two materials would interact with each other from these two different things. I thought they would not do that, but... I basically have to have multiples? Ugh. That wouldn't even look good. Now wherever that hits, it's going to do this problem here. Hmm. It does look so much better. There's a river one I could use too. It doesn't have the puzzle crap. I have to put it all in there if I did that. And it is so heavy when you try and do it because they didn't fix it for UE5, so it just displays terribly. And I remember I had to do some changes to make it so it even worked, but it didn't do very well. I basically have to do like one over on each one there, and then each one's gonna have to act as a puzzle thing. Oh god, that's a pain. All because of this graphical bug. And how bad do I want this? And there's still gonna be issues like that. They're just clipping weird. Huh. Man, that is a problem. To be fair, the problem would resolve itself if this line were to stick underneath this. So then I wouldn't give a crap if it was somewhere else. Like if this board was just longer. This isn't even over all the way. It is actually over all the way. Like if there's like a little bit that sticks out, I guess. Why don't I just extend the whole thing? You'd have to go up to here or something, but if I did that, can I just cheat the system? Because if I can just cheat the system, I'm just cheating the system. I'm not about to do this ridiculous amount of effort if I can just cheat like this. It ain't ideal, but hear me out. It's a damn sight easier than the other problem. Or does it go a little too far over? It kind of does. Ugh. Goes out to there. I would need to extend this out even farther in that direction too. Well, let's play that game, shall we? Visuals matter. Anyone who says different, their game is ugly. Nothing wrong with an ugly game, but sure hope your gameplay is amazing to make up for being ugly. I've seen it happen. It can be done. There's still a visual bug there, and no matter where you look at it, as soon as you cross this, the issue is going to be that it's, well, one second. Why does this need to be so tall? Like, I don't give a crap how tall it is. It can be flat because it's just a layer that's moving up and down for, like, you know, basically a top layer. It also is programmed in and also lets things float on it. So it doesn't need to be this super thick thing at all. It can just be flat. That does save a lot of effort on my part. Just make it a 1. Not that one. Cartoon water. Like this can just be a 1. And then nobody cares until it gets like the bottom there. Actually, doesn't even need to be a 1. Well, it needs to have a bit of depth to it just because it might look a little weird if it doesn't. But how much depth does it really need? But eventually it does get down to this bottom level, which means I would probably need to extend this out a little. There's nothing wrong with extending this out. Like, I could do that if I want. I'll have to redo the rails though if I do that. In my ideal world, I do not have to redo the rails. Hear me out, I don't want to. That's it, that's my explanation, I just don't want to. But the problem with this thing being this is it needs to be thick enough that it shows over the top of that. Right? Otherwise you get this problem, because there's two of those. I might just have to merge these two things together because they make my life a lot easier in the long run, but their water thing is a mess. And the kill cube is got a lot to it, making it not the most ideal in the world to merge them. If this is 0.1, it's probably good enough. Let's say I just, you know, return this to normal size. And try and save myself the extra work if possible. Hell yeah. Less is more in the world of work. So this room will be even in the first playtest, so it needs to be on point. No ifs, ands, or buts. This room needs to be good. Real good. What am I looking at here? Oh, because you're also tall. But you're basically a square. Like, there's not even, like, it shouldn't even be an issue with where you're at. But you can see it in the water here, too. Well. Point 1. Nope. 0.2. It does stick way far out to the sides. You can see the thingies. But then, why this? Like something's affecting you. It's not that, because look where it's at. So I don't think it's that. Let's move it over to the side and see what happens. It's not that. There's nothing for it to hit there. Oh, okay. It's actually in the water itself. Wonder what it's hitting on. I hate this water. All this because I want floating capabilities. It does add gameplay. I'm not doing this just because it looks pretty. I know I do things just to make them look pretty, but this is not just to make it look pretty. There's nothing to do with that at all. And everything to do with being able to float things in the water and having a system that's programmed to do exactly that. I just don't know what's causing this. That's weird. There's just nothing here. Oh. I see. You can't just expand this in weird ways. It doesn't work that way. That's like the only way to do this for the material to work. It doesn't have a adjust the overall size and just tile the material. I wish it did. Because you can see the lines where it sticks out here. So those are it's gonna be a problem over here too. wonder if the ocean one's any different. The ocean one has waves on it though. I don't really want waves. And I remember the river one is just a complete dumpster fire. Like it was just the heaviest thing in the world. Like I just moved it onto the map. Look how long this takes to load. This thing is so broken. The guy stopped updating it back in, you know, UE4, then to make it available for that. Like, you look at how long it takes to move this thing. It draws so slowly. And that would also be flowing in a direction too, so I don't really think that's gonna work either. Oh yeah, this is awful. Yeah, I can't really get away with that, even though it looks kind of nice. I mean, maybe I could have it all flowing towards the direction up here, I guess, and have like the river thing like that. I don't think that would make much sense. I think the lake one's the only one worth using. Not to mention this one's just a dumpster fire. You can turn out the visuals when it's setting, and then you can position it and then keep making it viewable. Like you could just add some quick thing to it. I used to do that so I could actually use it, but without a need for a river, that seems unnecessary. I intentionally don't have water in other areas. I like how it just like accounts for crap through it though. Like look at that. I mean, it's just like sticking right through it. It's like whatever. And it's just moving around it. That's a really cool thing. Like there's a lot of that that's just the other material wasn't doing. I probably should merge the kill cube in that. I love how this looks though. This looks great. Like that's awesome. Just went for this old glitch. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that though, because the size is a certain size and there's nothing I can do about that size. It needs to be a certain size. I can't make it larger. If it's not completely square, it's gonna have issues. But most of the time that doesn't matter. Like this one had one sticking out, right? It didn't matter on those. Well, that's because they're sticking out in a way that just doesn't matter. Wait, if I rotate you, does that change the way the game works? I notice it's got like specific ones. So 15 and 1125. Sure. Ah, that'll work. If it has to have these weird things leaved off to the sides no matter what, rotate it so those things are somewhere else. Wait a minute. Oh wait, if I rotate this one though, what'll happen is they'll be going through the water. They have to be done this way. Oh, yeah, it's probably fair. Right? Yeah, that's probably what would happen. I guess I could test it real quick. So 325 and 1125? Sure. Yeah. Exactly the problem I was thinking. I'd rather this way. They don't have to achieve the same level either. This can just go a little bit lower, like be a little bit higher than this, and then it shouldn't make a difference, probably. Oh well, disaster averted. That's what matters, right? Oof. Look up the nastiest acid reflux, but that's just my life. What they don't tell you as you get older is you just hurt all the time. There's never a point you don't hurt. It's just how little you hurt on any given day versus how much you hurt. They don't tell you this. And once you find out, it sucks. I just thought I'd tell you that. In case you didn't know. It sucks. You're welcome. I would like to just merge these two. It's just going to cost me... Well... Let me ask myself a question. Did I want to merge that too, knowing that if I merge these two, then this will stick through there? Because they'll have to be the same height? Or do I just want to suck it up and not do that? I'm probably doing it this way. This... I was noticing this bleeds through a little. Maybe like 0.3. I hurt less than I used to. So health problems get a little better, I think. Maybe. I know how heavy this water is. Probably incredibly heavy. We'll find out. Let me close all this extra garbage to see. Oh. Not even doing anything. It's like basically the same FPS as it was before. Only it just looks like 1,000 times nicer. I mean, those need to probably be set up so that they move down too with the thing, so they look more visually pleasing. Just like this one does, where it actually moves with the water. Well, at least I thought it did. Yeah, it does. That's sticking through there. I'm gonna have to redo all these floors. There's so many points where you just kind of hit them funny. And I hadn't changed the collision, unless I'm just gonna suck it up and use the complex collision, but that's really heavy on those. I might want to, just because of the time and effort it would take to redo all these pathways. And maybe in the future I redo them for optimization, but I got a lot of FPS I can burn in this room. I'm hitting mid-40s and I'm streaming and running Unreal Engine, so the packaged game without streaming is going to be gross in this room. But I've gotten this room as high as like 50 something, like low 50s when streaming and playing it, so. Actually, there's rooms loaded up that don't even need to be loaded up at this point, so it's probably higher than I think. I'm not working on the filmmaker's office right now anyway. I do want, well, I don't need it specifically loaded up because I'm gonna leave it loaded anyway, because it doesn't really matter. It's gonna load itself either way. And I'm currently working on it, so I might as well leave it loaded. Sure. I should have stuck with a simple idea for the other game when I was making it. I could have made the other game so fast if I just kept the original idea. Every time I hear this music, I think of the other game. Since it was basically the map music. We always fought directly on the maps there. It's a very weird game. Had a fun mechanic though. It wouldn't really work in 3D, I don't think. It was more of a top-down mechanic. It's pretty good. FPS is about the same. Doesn't really make any difference if those are loaded or not. Yeah. Almost made the FPS worse. I guess to be fair, it forces loading of some things, and once it's loaded, then it'd be better. So it has to load things like the campsite. There's no nav mesh. That's also part of the problem, so it's not spawning enemies in. Some would have worse FPS than this, but damn, that's an important test to know how heavy is this water? Really? It's also possible that having a smaller nav mesh is better instead of the giant one. That I don't even know. Testing it is such a pain to set up for each room that I'm not doing that again anytime soon. Last time they all got corrupted, which is why they were deleted. I'm not, otherwise I gotta make ones that are the same size as every room, and it takes a very long time to do that. And no, you can't add a nav mesh to a blueprint, or I would have just added it to the room info. I tested that. Well, this will optimize it. Yeah, it would if it lets you do that. But volumes like this can't be dropped in blueprints. Which is awful because they want to do, like, for swimming purposes, they're like, just use this volume thing, but you can't dynamically move those things, so if I move the water up and down, it wouldn't move that. Like, it does, they're way more limited than you'd expect them to be. I was very sad. I was like, nah, why? I'm really starting to think the way up to Patrick will probably be the demo. I don't know if you need like friggin' 4 or 5 hours of demo. That's a long demo. I think if I give him an hour-long demo, that's probably more than enough for a demo. And then maybe, if depending upon where we're at, if I do it early access, then it'll probably be the first couple chapters or something. But the early access decision will be based entirely upon if where I'm at around next October. If I think the game is going to take them like or benefit from way longer, I'll just do early access. If I think the game would be fine where it's at with a few extra tweaks, then I'll just kick it out the door. Though I suspect if I want real quality, it'll more likely get early accessed. That seems much more likely is how long things are taking. That water looks so much better. Just the way it interacts with things in the world is already just 1,000 times better. Unfortunately, it's too high. Or those are too low. Take your pick. I think that everything else says those are the right heights, so the only thing I really do is just move these up rather than play with the water. Like, there ain't no reason to make this change when I could just do this. These are finicky and awful anyway. Yeah, my current regrets are the collision around these things is not perfect. I should have made it really good. And I might just have to do complex because of the fact that it's just so many times I want to jump through them and I can't. Or at least complex in the ones that you're going to jump through all the time. But a lot of them you just don't fit through, and it's really annoying. Trouble is, complex on these is really heavy. Right? Like, it's like way heavier. Know what I'm seeing? Is it way heavier? That's a new question that has arisen. Well, up here it's heavier, that's true. But on the rest of it, it might be lighter. I wish there was a numerical comparison for me, that'd be amazing. Because, I mean, these just suck.
Can I make it better? Like what? Well, this like at some point this becomes so many that it's silly. This will probably be strictly. Oh, this is horrific. I don't want to save that. How did that... How did you save the collision on that without me having to... Like, this is still edited. Thought. Did you keep your collision? Because the other collision's terrible. Don't save that collision. I'm gonna redo it. I think I'll bio break anyway while it restarts. But I should have probably just set it as complex and moved the hell on. Just from a gameplay perspective, it just doesn't play very well. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Alright. It's like, maybe I'll plug in the heater, and I pull the little heater cord up, and it's just covered in webs, and I was like, where'd those come from? So I'm all cleaning it off, going, oh, okay, that's a thing. Got my inspiration ready. Yes. The best thing about streaming at night versus streaming during the day, I don't feel guilty drinking during the day. I'm during the night. During the day, it's a little weird. Well, I could drink, but I got things I gotta go do, and might have the little rescuable 2D characters here. I think they'll just show up in the world, and I might go back to having buildings for them later. I probably want at least like a couple rescuable characters for purposes of that. I'm down to like something that keeps track of the main quest, maybe even little side quests, if you will. Because it's kind of a way to tell a story. Without it, it's a little hard to keep the player on track, I guess. I mean, to be fair, most Metroidvanias don't even do that much. That might not happen, but... Oh, you know what I could do? I could use the exact same system that I have for collecting all things for the tarot cards for the others. If there's I could just simply have 3 of the tarot cards in here and reward you for collecting all the things, and then maybe I don't need a quest system of sorts, because there wouldn't be many opportunities beyond these. Like, you'll reach the crystal, the room, like the lover's altar, if you find it. If you don't find it, you know, I mean, sucks to be you. That's fine. But you'll reach it, and then you'll probably notice the crystal balls are being counted there. And then it also shows you in your inventory which ones you have to. So it's not like you have to specifically go to find out. And the Toymaker's office will count the audio logs. And here might as well count the number of helpers. Let's say I do that. There's only 3 of them. So where would I put them so that they don't look weird? Right, because everything's very symmetrical here. Not completely symmetrical. Some things are a little bit off because, you know, this isn't like the mirror dimension or anything. It's just things got built, and they're built to be relatively symmetrical. There's really no good place for 3, is there? There's a good place, there's 4 or 2, no problem, but the third one would be weird. I could have them off in far corners here, because technically, like, this is where you come in at, and this kind of focuses on here as an option. Originally, I had Tinka sitting here. I'm really not looking to add more locations here as far as what goes on. Do I still have that one material too? That's some questions I'm asking myself here. I'm pretty certain I do. Right? Like, I just put the sprite in the world and it's the one that works and flips around and watches. I want to make sure I have a material that does this, because it really helps for purposes of the paper ZD things. But I'm not going to do paper ZD at first. Well, I probably will do them. I'll just make them little dumb helpers, and I'll just base them off the other thing like that. Yeah, and this thing just watches whichever direction you're at. Yeah. That was my fake 2D I was using. Just to make it really interesting and weird. And then I can just render things directly out of DAZ without paying for any additional things, which is such a good idea. Because they both match the concept of the painting world, them being 2D. And they cost me basically nothing. Actually, they just cost me nothing. That's as good as it comes in this, man. How animated, I don't know. Maybe they'll just have a singular idle. I don't think they need to move around much. It's possible I give them a walk animation, maybe. Like I might. I'm not sure how much they're going to move around here, if they're just going to basically appear as little thingies and like in the world they'll just be waiting places. It's not a bad idea. I don't need a child of this, I assume. I don't really want them to all have sprites. We'll say painting world. I don't have Paper ZD installed. Hold, please. Every time I just immediately think of let's game it out. Every time. The hold please thing. He comes back into something incredible, but he spent like 100 hours to get there or something stupid. I swear his entire channel's weaponized autism. Like, Jesus, man. It's amazing what he can do with his things. They're funny, but... To be fair, though, I think people will look at this game and think probably the same. No, I'm obsessive. There's the difference. It's just the launcher. I believe in you. It's not that complicated. It's just the launcher. I didn't... Oh, I loaded up Fab. I'm done. Don't load up Fab. Nobody likes Fab. It's gotten better. I'm gonna make fun of it because it's still fun to make fun of, but... I'll probably have to reboot the engine, though. Actually, I have to reboot the game anyway because I'll enable Paper ZD. And then we'll force a reboot. We've come full circle, boys and girls. Yes, back to Paper ZD. I think it's a genius plan. And it'll make my game even weirder. Perfect. Anything that makes my game a bit weirder. Oh, I gotta restart just to get it to show up on the list. Alright, everyone ready for a double restart? Lame. Gotta do what you gotta do. He waits infinitely for the launcher. Wow, the thing going real slow today. Fair enough. Bet. Grab some real quick. I meant to reset this little tablet up I had so I could connect it to this other monitor, but I can also monitor and chat with it easily without having to have the extra crap up. Alright, enable the plugin and do your reboot. Yeah. Must restart. Restart. Do it. Ooh, it's hella quick. What's that like? This device is so old it has Windows 8 on it. I tried to put Windows 10 on it, and it's so old that Windows 10 is probably a bit much for it. I could try to put Linux on it, but it was like, it's one of those little like Surface Pro tablets. It's like the original one. And it is, it still works. Mostly because I have a keyboard with the battery built into it, but you can just plug it into. It's finicky, it's weird, but if you just need a crap tablet, it's got your back. Does it got your back? Sure take it forever to got my back on that one. It's most useful for letting me know when there's a commercial break, because when it tells me in the background, it doesn't really tell me. Now I know. Yes. I do not remember the directions for this, but I probably have a bunch of these still saved. So I think I'm going to probably just put the base asset and then go from there. No. I need the full thing. The full Monty, if you will. The full Monty. Let's see if I remember anything about Paper ZD. Probably don't. I'm sure I'll have to look it up, but that's okay. Oh yeah, you gotta make an anim for him. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a sprite first, and then just plop them in the world, and then I'll look up how to do Paper ZD again later. Because I don't want to go through tutorial hell right now. Not really. Hear me out. Nah. There you go. That's my explanation. Just nah. I could, but nah. Thankfully, I keep all my old renders, so I should have things already ready to go. Question mark? But the question is, where did I put them? Well, that was the big problem. Remember how many of these things here? If you look at like the little dog's idol here, it had so many of these things. It's just so many for every direction. Like 480 images for it. Problem was when I imported the model was too small. Plus I had to pay like for the usage rights for the model and the 3D, whereas I do not have to pay for this. I just get to get away with being the chosen one in that regard. I guess Annie's on will be the only regular one. She just lives in the world doing her thing. No other explanation. She's just here. I mean, she's evil. There's no other requirement on that. She's outright evil. And all the like helper people wouldn't be evil. Is that what I'm doing? Well, I mean, to be fair, some of them could be like that. I guess there's painting world NPCs. I can make the little blueberry just something you fight, and no longer an NPC in there.
And Jeff will probably just be an enemy as well. But maybe I'll have NPCs that can't be brought to the painting world. Not every NPC like that. Let's just make them separate. Well, I guess they'll make it easier to keep track of. But it just seems like it should be a subcategory at that point, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's just weird. I don't like it. I'm just gonna put it in here. No, 2D. Way more sense. Pudgy. Oh, wait. Yeah, I named him Pudgy. More files. This project needs another 480 files, I swear it does. My only regret is you can't ride Pudgy around because he's 2D. That'd be fun. And I can't really make a 2D Poppet. I mean, I could, but she has way too many animations for too many things, so it would be like tens of thousands of frames. It'd be stupid. It's probably just going to be idols for all these things. I don't think they're even going to walk around. By that standard, one image is probably acceptable. Though it'd be more interesting if they kind of move around. I wish I had kept all the information on how I set those up. It's been so long. It's been, you know, friggin' 15 months since I last set up a Paper ZD character. But having the dog kind of trot around would be kind of cool. It's cool. I figured out basically if I put 3 different things here for like the Star Tarot, and then I put like, because you know, I mean, where else would you find the Star Tarot but freaking, like if you look out there, you're like, there's space out here for God's sake. What a perfect place for the Star Tarot. So if I have 3 of those there, and then I have great sprites on all these. And I have like, you know, 3 of them for, you know, Lover's Altar and 3 of them in the Toymaker's Office. I mean, of the 66 tarots, I've found 9 locations for them. That's pretty good. That saves a lot of legwork later, and it makes a great deal of sense for why they're set up like that too. So let's new folder, sprites, idle, the textures, I guess. I guess I don't have to organize it this much, but I find it kind of does help to organize at least some. So it'll probably just be moving idle on them. I remember how long this took. Just the amount of time and effort what was just reading assets and doing things. Thankfully, like I say, I generated these ages ago, so I'm basically golden. I don't have to do it like a lot of extra work at all. I just get to be the chosen one. Recycle old work. And anytime I can recycle old work, good day indeed. Okay. I'll look. I guess. I guess. Don't wanna. But I'll look on how to set up Paper ZD. It's like Paper ZD animations. That's what I need to know. Too many less people chatting on Twitch these days. Ever since Twitch started doing whatever it was doing, I've just noticed everything on Twitch, like everywhere I've been, and every single channel is just dead. Weird. Very weird indeed. I mean, other than the obvious, you know, ones that they just bought like crazy. The ones they push, those people still, even those numbers look like they're really low. It's strange. Let's go this way. Folder anyone for flip books. Very wild to see. And thus the end of the internet happens, where the bots have completely taken over, and everything is just AI. There's only a few holdouts left. Maybe, I don't know. Sure. I don't know, once you can ask the AI to do everything for you, I think the rest of us are just going to be like, yep, that's all we're going to do. And then we'll all just go outside because it's like, the AI is boring, and that'll be it. It'll finally be the thing that saves humanity in a bizarre sort of way if it doesn't decide to just, you know, date all of us so we never meet each other again. People are like, wow, the internet is so garbage now. We're all just going to go outside. Could see it. Kind of feels that way already. Flippo, haha, Flippo book. Do 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 do. Fudgy. I'm gonna just rename this NPC 2D. I don't think it needs to say painting world. It's just like extra words. I don't like extra words. Oh, I guess on this one here, then this should just be like always invisible. It is. I mean, the viewport shows nothing, so that alone says everything you need to know right there. Okay, and then I need make a source here. Yeah, it's the source. Yes, Pudgy. Multi-direction. 8 directions. Okay. This... don't remember the exact numbers for this to make it look good. But I think all the sprites need to have that one thing to make it look correct. So this doesn't look, you know, garbage. Do I set materials on here? This should be up here, not there. Not a flip book. Once I remember how to do this once, it'll be a joke to do it again. It's just, that first time. It been a minute, you know? Thankfully, I kept this. Means I could easily find this RFX thingy, which was all I wanted. So now if I put a Pudgy in the world, Pudgy is sort of lit. Pudgy? 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 He's not lit the best, but you can see that, you know, I mean, they're still 2D at the end of the day, so they can only be lit so well. Also, Pudgy's huge. Originally, you were going to ride around on him. But hear me out. That's tough to do when he's 2D. Gotta look that information up. I have no idea the order on this one. Am I still part of the Paper CD Discord? I think I hope I am. Yeah, Critical Failure Studio. I love the name. This material is called the what? Effects. Right material.
Jeez, Discord, don't go too fast now. Because if you want to do 8 of them, then you have to align them like in a very specific order, or it will not look like the character is facing forward. And the order is not what you think it is at all. It's the most haphazard, weird order possible. And you won't get it without like brute forcing it or them just outright telling you. Someone made this, but who made it? An old question, and yet it's not here anymore. Interesting.
You the one? And there's some billboarding things now. I'm just going over all these old things for these things. There's so many to go through. It's just...
Wait. Where did I find this?
They don't have a thing that says. I think these are like 2 and 4 reverse. I think those are reversed, these are reversed, and these were the same. I'm gonna experiment. Wait, this is not 3, this would be 1 and 9. I think is how it goes. And then this one would be 7 down here, and then 3 up here. I think 8 and 6 originally the same, maybe. And this would have been like 2 and 4 in this direction. It was such a weird combination of these. But I'll know quickly if it's wrong, and if I have a few Vermite, I can quickly, you know, brute force it. Because right now I'm trying to brute force it via the freaking Discord, and that's taking longer than I want to put into it. I see no reason to brute force it that way when I can just... As long as I have a few to remember it, it shouldn't take that long. Oh, wait. It has all these other options in here? Why? I just wanted the usual thingies. Pull out of here. I haven't looked at this in a million years, but I was just looking for states. There we go. State machine. I don't know what to even call it. State machine's fine. It's just literally going to be all of them. This is what I wanted. Just name idle. Where are the animations? Oh, I say it's just a bit like this, sure. I would kill for the weird disorientation to ever stop. It's so annoying sometimes. This happens in periodic little waves. It's annoying. Did I mess up? Feels like I messed up. Oops. It's not showing the viewport there, so that's something right there. Am I missing something here? Might be. You can make a paper ZD character. It needs a sprite added, I guess. Sure. Unfortunately, they're all like, but what if, and we're just saying you have to make a special character for it. But I guess I can just make one of those and then reparent reparent it to the other character. That's true. What am I doing? I can spell. Oh. Maybe I can't do that. The goal is not to have to redo a bunch of code. Hear me out. I don't want to redo code. It sounds like a lot of work. All my homies hate redoing code. Thanks for following, Darwood. How's it going? Just in time to see me see if I can remember how to use Paper ZD to put 2D characters in my 3D world. So they can live inside of paintings. Don't worry about it. It's just what we do here. Unfortunately, they're not showing up though, and I don't want to use their characters specifically. Because that would be bad? But I'm missing a step. Also, he vanished for reasons. Well, why don't I just copy whatever tags you have and then he'll stay. Get my play tags. It was like a do not despawn, huh? That's fine. It's probably something to do not despawn. I have a special system set up to avoid a lot of these problems. Well, by despawning enemies and spawning them in and NPCs as well for purposes of memory, but... Wait. Oh, no, I can do multiples. What am I doing? I thought I did permanent. Oh, never mind. That's that one there. And no. Don't do it on the base one. I only need it on this one. Permanent. I don't know why I need permanent and do not despawn to be things, but I think there was some reason why when I was setting up the code system for it. Okay, so let's do this. Maybe he's actually here and he just needs something to look at. Possibly I haven't set this up correctly. I could also just give him a singular image to act as a placeholder too, so I have something to look at, which is probably not a bad idea. Also, this should be attached to that there anyway. Mm-hmm. It's obviously huge. The sprites are way too big for this character. He was going to be rideable at one point, but you're 3D, he's 2D. I don't think it's going to work out the way you want. It's like having one of those, you know, 2D waifu things. She's great in one direction, but in the other direction, she's, in fact, well, paper thin. Okay, well, you know, it would be nice if it actually emitted light there. It also doesn't rotate to face me, so. But well, that's because the sprites don't have the right material anyway. I just did it on the others. I didn't bother on that, but it won't look as good as the model, but that's okay. So you have rescuable 2D characters. Report Tinka here, who's like, all my 2D friends are gone. Yay! Unfortunately, it doesn't quite have the change directions thingy yet. I need to figure out why it's not doing that correctly, but I mean, for placeholder purposes, I could just do that and it'd be fine. Slow load today, huh? I guess I don't have it where it can be picked up, huh? Oh, wait. Can't be saved. That's what it was. But did I add that in here or not, is the question. I might have taken that code out, so it might not work the way I want. Oh well, that's a future me problem. A current me problem is not that. Yeah, I took it out. That's okay. Job one is to get them working in here. I'll put a bunch of NPCs in here for people to look at as they run in here that will get added to the game later. So in reality, I could actually just make it where they just had the one direction, it just had a singular sprite, and I don't think I even need to have them do stuff, but I kind of wanted to move around using the paper ZD crap, so. Because it's more fun that way. Even if it's... I mean, the whole thing's supposed to look weird intentionally. They are supposed to be in a painting world. Oh. Is auto activate required? It's not even showing this one as the thing. I mean, it should be playing this over and over. And yet it's not moving on their weird thingy here. Hmm. Actually, there's a source flipbook option available on these. I think. There's no source flipbook on this. But I might have to make it an actual Paper Z character, but if I do that, it won't keep all the other crap. Yeah, but this comes with a source flipbook, so there's definitely something else here, like it's a paper flipbook component. That might be what it's looking for, a paper flipbook component. Ah, yeah, it is. We'll call it flipbook because sprite makes no sense. And we'll target this on the flipbook. Makes way more sense. Nerf that. Take this here. I have a source flipbook. He's huge. I have them backwards. That's unsurprising. Looks like the flipbooks need to be not that direction, or maybe I just had the wrong one set up for that. I don't even know if it's the right thing or not, but the arrow for that's over there, so what this is not at 90. Don't. It's always going to look directly at you. It doesn't really matter, does it? True. The question is it using the other thing or not? Let me add the flipbook again here. And the anim thing is set for this for Pudgy, sure. Gainsborough. I'm trying for your chat now. Just trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing in Blender. Making bad life decisions. I mean, nothing. Blender's so basic. What are you talking about? Nah. One day I will learn Blender. Sure. Much like candy. Yeah, pretty much. It's really time consuming, so I'm really loath to even touch it. It's like working with DAZ. If if I had to make a new character, it takes a lot of time and effort and refining, and I have to ask myself, how bad do I want that character to make it worth my time? And that's not even hand making in Blender. You know what you're doing anymore? Like, you don't have a goal or project? Something you're designing for? I mean, it sounds like you're trying to become a, you know, a streamer who does VR chat most of the time. Not really a game dev, but, you know, a VR chatter person. I wish I remember the order for these. I thought I had these correct. It's weird. Certain ones are supposed to be not flipped, and I can't remember which two they were. I'm also not certain it's even playing these. The premier assets, mesh them together, and annoy my hand making the whole thing. That's fair. Okay, so the one that plays is first. This is the normal one that's the default face thing. So if that's the case, then that makes this like 2. I don't remember how to set this up to make it. I'm gonna have to do a deep dive on this. I've forgotten so much. At least if I put that one in the correct one, then it'll do that, and it's not gonna adjust that. So I accomplished basically nothing other than putting that there. So it's not that great yet. I think I have to change a bunch of code or set a bunch of code so there's like a new face thingy for this so it knows which one to play and it sends it. I remember that now. I think for now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a flipbook idle for them doing these things, and then I'm going to worry about moving them around later because I don't really care about that right now. Let's get together a whole bunch of, you know, characters and set this up so that I can have, like, you know, the stars picked up here. It's like you get each of the star tarots. How am I going to count it? The other ones, they all appeared on a thing. I almost want like a gallery out here or something. I could just build a gallery straight out to this area and have like... What was that? Hello from Kick, yeah. There you go. So the game dev streams, your chat streams being a completely separate Twitch channel if you're doing that. That's fair. I would just do them all the same, honestly. I don't know why you want to switch it up. I just... Content's what sells, you know? So you kind of want to... You just kind of want to have... like activity cells basically. You really want to just have as much activity going on in your channel as possible. I don't think I'd want to try to do 2 of them. Maybe I'm weird for that. I'll go grab these things from the other map. I'm adding a purpose to the painting world. Probably not going to give them all little buildings, though. I thought about it. I still have to finish this, so the game's not even playable, this thing here. While this room's no longer readable. I guess to be fair, this would just sit there and look weird, that's all. Like it would end up in the wrong location. Which is fine, I guess. I'll fix it later, I'm sure. You're using pre-match to match together and knowing how many, yeah, I read that, okay, fair enough. Man, I wish Kick actually had activity on it. Oh, damn. Thanks for the sub, man. I didn't even notice that.
There's not even an alert for that? Damn. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Tick also wishes to thank you because it doesn't mute its audio. That's weird that it didn't do an alert. I gotta look in the Kick alerts later, I guess. Something ain't right. The kids ain't right. As they say, as they say. Oh, also, let me update that then. Update the credits thingy. I mean, you're currently the only person on Kick who's actually ever subbed, so you'll be at the top of the category on that one in the credits. I really wish there was an easier way to get more people looking at you on Kick. That's been my problem. Like, I like Kick better than Twitch because, I mean, they don't punish people with ads, and they give you such a huge amount of the subscriptions that, you know what I mean, like 95% of the subscriptions is pretty nuts. Meanwhile, on Twitch, they're like, here's like, I think it's actually more like 45% or something. It's not much. Like, after like fees, it's not much. And they charge more, so it's like, I guess it depends on where you're at, what they charge. That's true too. I shouldn't say they charge more. I don't actually know. I'd have to, well, based on what I have to pay on Kick versus that, it's like $5 for me to sub on Kick and $6 for me to sub on Twitch where I'm at, so. And then if I sub to somebody and they're like an affiliate, I think they get like $2.85 of that or something. Oh, I didn't even notice that. That explains why I think there. It didn't even tell me until today. I guess it only tells you when you come on? Yeah, it told me 4 minutes ago that you were, that it did it right here. Or maybe it has to wait for you to send a message or something. I don't know. Well, thank you, thank you. The game's coffers grow a little more. I think so, yeah. Otherwise, I don't know why it would be like, oh, blah, 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 and then just randomly do it like halfway into a week or whatever, or a week after the fact. Kind of strange. I was gonna grab stuff, and then I didn't. I mean, I guess I could. I want the little indicator thingies. I'll just grab stuff from it, whatever. If I can remember where it's at. I can't even remember if stuff is in the place anymore. Oh my god. I guess if you have the Toymaker's office, there's less crap in it. All I really need are these things and the indicator thingies. And there's not even a third one. Why is there not a third one? Oh, there is. Wait. There's checks here. Oh, why aren't I just all cool? I gave a little check thingies hearts. I mean, I don't know why I need these. It shouldn't be 5 checks. I only need 3. Here I just delete the hearts. I'm like, where'd the checks go? Oh, it's because they've made them little hearts. Aw. All right, I have some ideas here.
But I wish I could get doing well on Kick over. I mean, Twitch is okay and all, but they're very bad for creators. They're not good at all. Like, you just kind of put up with them because they're the biggest game in town for streaming. Though I don't even know if that's actually true. I think YouTube probably gets more traffic. But YouTube, it's difficult to figure out if your traffic is even real or what gets them to show up, or I don't know. I'm always confused about YouTube and what it does. And it's almost impossible to get monetized if you're trying to stream there. That is true. I think I can just swap these out with the information and not have to do anything special. Probably. Or I'll just make a unique one and not change all the information. I could probably just make a unique one. I don't really need to have special anything. You giving up? That's fair. Are you off to bed? I'll sleep well. Thanks again for the sub. If you don't sleep very long, like if the cat wakes you up, then I'll probably still be streaming. Probably. I kind of want to stream more than I'm doing because I don't have much going on these days. Business has been so slow. I just kind of have a lot more free time to do this, but my health always sucks, so. But lately I've been healthier a lot, though I do get hit by waves of... Ugh. Exactly. Keep it in mind. See if Cat's on my side for that one or not. Might be. Got this, kitty. You got this. I just made a one that I just duplicated, so I can just put a little gramophone. I'm trying to make it as obvious for the player as possible. Like, I'm not saying I'm assuming the player is stupid, but I'm in fact assuming the player is stupid. I hate to be that guy, but I'm basically making assumptions like this. Well, I guess I don't know about that. I'm putting indicators in that give you an idea that something is going on here. Like usually on the top of these little capsules, I put whatever the thing is that, you know, it's related to. And if these have these, you know, giant gramophones on here, I'm hoping that they figure out with these things here, with the gramophones appearing on them in numbers, you know, like as you've collected them, matching what's in your inventory for things you collected. And these on top of the cubes, that they might go, hey, wait a minute, and assume that that is what they need to do. Hear me out. If they can't figure it out with all that, I really don't know what to tell them. There is a certain level of, you know, hand-holding I'm going to put forth. But you still gotta earn stuff. I'm gonna set these up here, set the ones up for the star in the painting world. And then I'll have established, I think, the collectibles in the game will all do something. I mean, besides the obvious stat upgrade collectibles and the tarot card collectibles that obviously give you new abilities. And I don't think I need to... I mean, there's actually tutorials for each of the tarot cards, so... And I don't think I need to explain stat upgrades particularly. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. This gives you more health. Okay. I put RGB in my profile description if you're interested as an artist. I'm not really looking for an artist, but cool. Don't know what I would hire an artist for at this point. Nope. This will be capsule 3, I guess. Now, at this point, the services I specifically would need the most would be like voice acting when I get to that point. Maybe, yeah. Maybe someone who does all the, you know, the promo stuff for advertising, so making like, you know, some sort of trailer thingy, though I'm probably going to end up learning to make one of those. I don't have very good cutscenes anymore. Sound effects and music. Mostly a lot of the sound work is where my problem is at. And music I might just use AI to do because I've been burned enough by independent musicians. So my desire to support them has collapsed a great deal. You can only get burned so many times where you're like, you know, maybe AI should take their jobs. They like to copyright claim me for the music that I paid for the rights to use. I don't think I'm ever going to get over that. There might be some animosity, if you know what I'm saying. There's supposed to be a text transform here, and it's not, I can't see where it is. I want the number to appear on these as well, so you can see how many you need to get. Why aren't you visible? Must have intentionally hidden you. Oh, I'm just a goofball. Okay. Am I a goofball? I'm a goofball. It was just party time there. Woo-hoo. Oop. Yeah, I definitely did go through and deal with the sound thingies. But I picked up a lot of sound, so I don't know how much I need. Gotta love me some Humble Bundle. Hell yeah. I actually have a bunch of sound effects I need to add and things. Maybe part of that polish thing I keep telling people about that takes forever. Hear me out. It does in fact take forever. And this one needs to read 36. Actually, I'm just gonna put one here. I want to see if it opens up the thingy, and then wait. And they're supposed to spawn a button, right? Oh. This just needs to be outright its own thing. Shit do be getting real when it comes to these things. Oh, wait. Let's do a little 3D grabby thingy. Show me that widget and show it to me. I guess I can expose on spawn it. I don't know if I'm ever going to do that, but sure. Hear me out. Sure. That's it. That's my explanation. Just sure. Let's name it something that makes more sense than just... call it the button spawn transform. Button! No. Bad. Down. Bad. It's so tiny. Ew. Okay, and then I gotta go get one of these. This one right here. I still haven't even made any dialogue for these yet, but... I was gonna let collectibles tell a lot of random story for me. So here's the problem with what was going on here. It's not in the right data layer. I don't know why I'm even putting it in this data layer because I'm not going to leave it in this room, but whatever. Can't leave it in the other one because I'm not in that data layer, so it'll despawn it. Wee! Yippee! Woohoo! Oh. Well, first of all, I don't need these ones. Because they're not these ones here. And this is looking for audio log 1, right? These just have to be like a number on them, right? Or is it called audio log 1? How do I do the other ones set up? I forgot, so I'm just gonna look them up real quick by finding them somewhere in the world. There's one. Yeah, there's an item name and the numbers for the floaties, so... And I don't have a floaty on that one. It's just straight up the item name. Huh? So I kind of want a number to appear on them, which means I probably should have exactly the same system as the other. Yeah, I definitely want that. So it needs to basically be essentially what these are. Different code though, so... Oh. Why not just change them so that they're more like that, I guess? There's 1 and 1 and then 1.3. Oh, because it doesn't matter. It's being changed by the other anyway. New scale was 1 anyway. I'm gonna undo a bunch of that crap. That seems unnecessary to undo all that stuff when I could just as easily just move this to the right location and move the hell on. You know? Hear me out. You just move the hell on. And then set text. Oh. What I read on the other one, let's keep it the same thing so I don't have to logically think of something different. This one right above it, perfect. Audio log numbers, I'll just try it like that, make it easy. Sure. Um, oh. We'll default to a 1 so it's easy to read. Perfect. Oh, these I didn't put back in there. These need to go in the right thingy, otherwise it will not work. Let's make certain nothing in here is still in there. And this. None of these need to be in the leverage altar. Put them all in the toy maker's office. In case it's not already there, it is now. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Best strat ever. Check's not going to work if it doesn't load. I'll make this accessible in the second chapter somewhere. Well, that vanished. But that was not the goal there. These are showing up in the thingies. That's cool. See? Here's up there. It's like, boop. So those are appearing where they're supposed to be. You can't really read the numbers from this far up there. That's something to note. Like, it is... So I'll have to climb our way up to even read those, and that kind of sucks. What's your problem? What's your boggle? Don't destroy yourself. If we can play well, it'll spawn itself back in every time and double check, so it doesn't matter. Where you at, buddy? We need these in like 3 different areas. They better work. We'll have different symbols for each one, so. I could have it where Tinka's actually guarding 2 different types of things. Like it could be paintings and locked and those. Problem is, those aren't really where in the world they're supposed to be. They're spawned, it looks like, really far away from there. Print both for me, okay? Hear me out. Print both. So to be fair, I could just set visible. I think I'm just gonna set visible. I don't know if I'm spawning an actor. I could just set visible and have the button as a child actor, and that's better. And I can just edit them in the child thingy here, I guess. The spawning is kind of already set up and easy. Yeah. So what actually has to happen is I have to get actor transform and then add them. Can't I? There's no add transform? I suppose not. Okay, so that's fine. I don't have to do that. I actually don't want the transform. I just want the actor location. Split this puppy right here. Split you. Do some of this garbage out of the way. I don't know why you're on top of each other, but it's annoying. add. Because it's a relative location, so it doesn't. It's just basing it on it's taking the relative location and putting it as a world location, so it's posting it like a million miles away. Oh, I suppose he's spawning it a million miles away. Math. Okay, well, it's supposedly here, but I don't see it. Hmm. I mean, adding the location should be fine. Subtracting it doesn't make any sense. I mean, if it's negative, it's negative. It would simply put it where it was going to put it based on that. So yeah, it should do that. I'm gonna move it way up in the air and see if that makes a difference. I don't know if it will or not, but how big is this actor normally? You drag one and drop it in the world. It should be like this, and this is just its normal size. I think it's its normal size. No. No, it actually default. It's like a 3 is the normal size. So in reality, wrong one. Could be too small. Can't see it, maybe. Now it's way up here, so hopefully I can just see it floating in the air. I'm assuming it's spawning inside of something. I had the math somehow weird. I don't know how it would be weird, but let me borrow those numbers for a second. Take a screenshot, keep it for my collection here. You only do it the once. Well, the obvious thing to do. Technically, it was just an output log. I could have just looked at that. What's that? let's grab an activation button and drop it in the world. Okay. And then let's grab from the log and see where it put it. Weird. Okay. That is where it put it. It's the like polar opposite. And that's because it's rotated. Okay, so what I actually need to do is just simply rotate the mesh itself. Right? Because that's what it's telling it. Like, I figured this was the problem here. Because there's a bug with how these are set up. Like, you would think that it would give the location of wherever these are at, but if you rotate it, it doesn't do that. It ignores entirely the location of that, and now like, the location is wherever it wouldn't if you didn't rotate it, where it would be at. Rather than just saying, "Hey, man, it's here." You're like, "Nope, it's not." And you're like, "Okay." Which also means that the number has to be moved too. I forgot about that little problem. It's quite goofy. But here you go. Oh, that's annoying. I almost want to put the number directly on the mesh. Then if I rotate the mesh, it would rotate the number instead of having to constantly move the number to fit each thing. Right, because then if I rotate this now, you see it'll move it around for me. Yeah, see, that's just so much better than the other method. Well, the fact it's backwards is weird, but I guess to be fair, I could actually 180 this in the thingy. And then I wouldn't have to do it here. No, you still gotta. Because the button text transform is always going to be the same. But I could 180 it in that, and then I'll have to do it later. Actually, it's at -90, so yeah, let's just do that, and then I'll have to do that, I guess. Any of these, I don't know if it needs to be instant editable. I might just change them directly in the thingy so that it appears out here. Oh. I did nothing because it's set by this here. guess it is instance editable. Whatever, I don't have to worry about it because I can just do this and... I'm just going to copy paste it over and over anyway. And I need exactly 3 of them. Never automate something when you only need like 3 of it. Wait until you need like a bunch of it, because otherwise you're just going to waste a lot of time and effort that you didn't really need to spend. And then this button transform can go over here now that I realize it was backwards. I knew my math wasn't wrong. I was like, how is my math wrong? I'm literally just adding their 2 locations. That should do exactly what it sounds like it would do. And sure enough, it does do that. Just, Yui is a bugged engine that doesn't have things the way it should. I guess I should keep track of the chat. I had it blocked. It's doing that. Mistakes were made! Yay! There's the button. Yay! Poink. Not open. Oh well, one step closer to victory for certain. These ones will just spawn in front of the thing, so you don't have to try to figure out what it controls. It's blatantly obvious what it controls. Yippee-ki-yay! Button, are you on the ground? Still be down a little more, but button! Whoa, hello. And then I was suddenly somewhere else. Okay, so I don't even use this text anymore on that. I don't know why it's even still there. Oh, I'm located in the Maker's office, capsule 3. There is no control panel anymore. That's be all I need. That's quick. Yay! So down and over a bit, so it's a little nicer. See where that one spawns it. Also, capsule 1. Capsule 2. I should probably be duplicating these, but I gotta make some changes anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's gonna take a minute while I do all this shit anyway. Yeah. And these just need to be altered to the name of item being number 1. Puzzle tag activation there, 1. 2. I'll set the ones up in the levers area, and then maybe I'll have 2 different sets in the painting world. Do I reward you for unlocking all the paintings as well? I could. Indeed. Indeed. Let me test these. The game is so ugly with the light on. It is what it is, you know, I'll figure something out, but it's so ugly with the light on. It just is. It's hideous. This one appeared to the side, so I'm gonna have to account for that, basically. No. No, I don't have to account for that. Well, I do have to account for that, but I can rotate this so that it can be, you know, facing forward here, and then just move the damn button. Which I think would be, like, better than trying to guess where the button goes, which is the worst thing in the world. All this because I want recyclable stuff. Numbers, that one needs to be rotated anyway. A bit. Still, does it open the thing? Open. Ah. Open. And we already know this one opens, but I'm doing it anyway for completion's sake. Yay! Boing. Boing. Two and 3. It's going to be 12, 24, and 36 is the things there to get all the stuff. I'm probably going to hand out the Death Tarot here. It doesn't matter the order, get him. I'll grab this one first so I can watch this number change first. Yay! Number 2 appears and number 3 appears. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. I guess I could push it more towards the thingy by a little bit if I want. Honestly, I could probably move it back a little bit too. It's kind of a little facing off the thingy a tiny fraction. So I should just cover that problem anyway. Guess I'll look just to be certain that it's not stuck inside it, but I don't think it is. Then I gotta put the taros in them. Slowly but surely, it becomes what it needs to be. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I gotta set this exact thing up in the painting world as well. I guess initially I'm just gonna have, well, I kind of want to have like trophy setups so you can have an idea. It's just such a good system, and if I establish it once, I get to recycle it as often as I want and nobody will question it. I also don't have to have quests if I have like these visual representations of essentially trophy cases that also appear in your inventory as well. Like there's a section there for each one of the things that's collectible, so I might have a directive saying the next objective in the game, just a singular overarching objective, just like when I was watching them play like Silent Hill F, that's what they were doing. It's like, this is the next objective you have to accomplish. But they were a little more specific by literally marking it on the map. I ain't doing that. You'll figure it out. If I even put an objective like that. I might put something. I'm starting to see how convoluted this game really is, but at the same time, Metroidvanias don't typically tell you anything, so I kind of don't want to. Like, you'll meet up with Tinka and she'll explain things in the painting world. I put her back in the beginning as well. It's just, I didn't want to change the story just to... For once, I kept the story the way it was instead of changing the gameplay to match, or changing the story to match the gameplay. Usually I've been making small changes to the story to match the gameplay, so... That was like gonna have to be a massive change. I was like, nah, I'm good. Why is that one there? What dis? That's 20. What? Why are you there? I have questions. I have so many questions about why you're just there. It's actually really just one question: why are you there? But you know. It feels like so many, when in reality it's just the one. Let's copy this so they're lined up, all nice and neat. Because it will bug me if they are not all nice and neat. They're like trophy cases. So I kind of want a different case. Like, I don't really like these bookcases since I realize how hard it is for Poppet to see it. They could be a sealed case too, so you can't actually interact with them. The actual reason there was 36 of these things in the game was because the case was so nice and neat and it fit them perfectly as like a little display thingy. And it would make sense for a human. Like, this would be perfect for a human setting it up. It is really weird for Poppet. I'm also making it a secret that's available actually before the crystal ball one, so technically I'll just be able to go out here, go in here and get into it. And then Toy City is still accessible when you beat the boss, so there'll be like 4 ways into Toy City technically. The 3 of them go into the same location, so they don't really count. Honestly, the broken compass doesn't even need this. I might get rid of this door. Gives me more space in the broken compass to work with, I guess. Maybe. The theory was they'd be able to serve food downstairs as well. Like, it'd be a lot easier for them to get downstairs to things, which is why, instead of having to walk all the way around. So I guess it makes sense. Because it's kind of annoying to walk all the way around with the food. So maybe I leave it. Doesn't add that much to the ambiance. As we get to the complete catastrophe that is what is happening down here. When I moved everything, I had to change the location of a bunch of crap, and I don't know. I don't really know. I now have a way down over here. It doesn't even reach the floor particularly, which is awkward. I need to change the height of this a bit so that happens. It's one of those foot stubbing situations. You just go, ah, and that's the end of you. At some point I'll figure out some kind of layout for how chapter 3 is going to go. Like I just got to keep adding to it. Like I just have so many concept areas, but it's so big. It is possible that it gets split up a little. I mean, chapter 2 is going to be huge. Like I don't even know how I'm going to finish chapter 2 in any reasonable time frame. Since chapter 2 is almost the size of chapter 3, and it's almost twice the size of chapter 1. Chapter 1 is taking forever. So chapter 3 might be a bridge too far when chapter 4 is still a thing too. Though to be fair, things get a lot faster as I go along because I have a better idea of workflow and I don't have to create things from scratch. You know, I don't have to make whole systems, I guess, because they already exist. So chapter 1 had the unfortunate need to do all that. So I don't quite know how I'm going to roll with these. These aren't going to go here. I'll move these over here just as an idea to assign a holder or something. If I do this setup, I kind of want a train station somewhere. Maybe you come down into the train station. Like down here could be the train station setup. And this could be like the Toy City entrance. Problem is I made these giant windows. I guess to be fair, I could just put a wall in between, it wouldn't matter, but I'm still obligated to keep where these windows are at here. That's an interesting idea. Let me cook this up real fast. That's exactly what I was aiming to click on. Well done. Don't grab this, please. Thank you. What is going on here? Click this one. Click this one. Click this one. 3 things. Just 3? Good.
Hit the chat. Oops. I suppose I should keep that up so people can actually type with me if they wish to. It might.
Sometimes people get chatty. Raise that up. The way I do all the design is if I have an idea, I just do it. Like if there's something like just hot in my mind, that's what I work on. Because you never know when inspiration strikes, and if you have to design when inspiration's not there, it's not going to go your way. You probably shouldn't do that to yourself. Oh. That's awkward. Come here for a second, buddy. Pal, friend. Takes forever to select all sides. I don't want to do that anymore. It's just the worst. So this could be part of the entrance, actually. Where's the entrance, I guess? I can also have things dangling from up here, too. Oh, I see. It didn't quite grab the thingy in the right order, did it? That one worked, but this one was the wrong order, so... I actually don't even want one there, right? That's actually fortuitous. Because what is it even gonna do down there, right? Like, who gives a crap? Guess I don't really need a door here. Instead, that door can be over here. Kind of like an exploration thing. Hey Matt, how's it going? Are you streaming? So I can lurk you. No? No. Damn, I should be lurking people. I'm terrible. Oh, doing pretty good. Keep adding more and more to the game. You know how I am. The, very single-minded in what I do. So I built the third chapter area. Probably the coolest thing going on. I added, fun little wings. And data layers for everything, but you know. I'd have like way better FPS. But that's the new double jump. Very exciting. 10 out of 10. Oops. Need my sandy back to sandy down here. This is the worst place to test this. But it looks really cool with the devil enabled. It's so fitting. And you have the cherry enabled, it just goes. I can also dash while flying, which causes it to fall. That's probably a bad plan, but there's a bug with it currently where it doesn't quite flap the second time, and sometimes it does the third. I don't know. I'll figure that out. But I thought it was cool. Yeah, I have everything designed all the way down to... Basically, I have like the whole second chapter designed. Except for, well, locations, not all the stuff in it. So what have you been up to? Anything exciting? Oh, I have new water. Water. Hard at work, I am. Yeah. This water, I didn't pick it specifically because it's attractive, because I have my other waters underneath, the one that does all the kill stuff. But it has the code already set up to have things float in it. Also, it interacts much better with these things here. You can see it does, like, you know, the material around it looks like stuff is hitting it and everything. So, but the ability to have things float on something, because I have these rubber duckies and I really want the rubber duckies to float in the water. It's really that simple. This adds like 0 gameplay. It could add gameplay if I want, but hear me out. Rubber duckies, if they don't float in the water, they're gonna give me 1 star. Like 1 out of 10. Game unplayable. Rubber ducky does not float in water. You know it's true. It'll happen. And so I will make those rubber duckies float in the water. And the bouncing balls too. And all the little, like, you know, cubes you can throw around for that matter too. Why not, right? Why not indeed? Right now I'm kind of making concept areas because everything else I do have something I could be working on that's specifically I'm making concept areas, whatever. Well, I was making an area for the toy maker's workshop. Now for his office, not his workshop. So that when you find all the audio logs, it unlocks various tarot cards in here. And buttons appear when you find them, and these things will appear on each of the things so that to show which ones you've collected. Yeah, it's kind of what we're working on. Just little. I mean, a bunch of changes have been made, but I don't know if you want to see all of them or not. So what you been building? I'm back to on night, so now I can swing by and you know, catch streams if you're. Well, normally I wasn't even really awake during a lot of people's new stream times. I was up in the morning. This is terrible. I saw the sign. It was awful. I will never forget the horrors that I have seen. Never. It was horrifying. This isn't even the front of the building. This is the front of the building. Why am I not building the front of the building? I guess there could be like a Whimsy Wonders entrance area. Let's turn the lights on for this. I can't see crap. What are you? Oh. An enemy spawner. For who? Oh, I want to make a TikTok Tilly. Okay. That's right, because I was going to have this be like the sheriff's station. That's true. I got rid of all this crap because I wasn't going to deal with it later. I didn't really want to deal with it now. I had all these crappy brushes and I just want to move everything onto this level. So everything is just broken because I've removed 20% of this building. I still got to figure out what to do about the map and all these things I have set up for the map out here, if they count for anything or if they're just garbage. I could glass in this whole front area and have a huge area to fly around in. But that's weird. Like, that's not steampunk at all. But I could actually have a courtyard area. It is true. But that is a huge amount of space to fill up. It would be fun to fly around in. Hey, Crayfish Factory, how's it going? Hello, hello. You are just in time to see me have questions that sound dangerous because they might lead to building things that I probably shouldn't. Do not build, do not do it. It is a mistake. Bad decisions are about to happen. Should probably focus on the areas that are more built and work from there. Exactly. Well, I was just thinking to myself going, you know, I got rid of 20% of the building, right? But technically, it's on top of this giant metal thing, and I could just be like, well, this is also part of the thing. Like, this could be like a little front area thing with, like, you know, picnic tables or God knows what. But then I was like, well, I could actually have, like, some sort of setup here where, like, you know, it's like towers along here like that, and maybe glass panel. I don't know, something. And I could have this be an area you could fly around in. And I was like, I got rid of this because I had no idea what I want to do with all this. And it was like, there was so much scope as is. What am I doing? I also miss having an ocean out there.
Sure.
Said I put a wall, but you know, whatever. In my ideal world, I'll make more unique buildings around here too, instead of these ones that are very generic. But we'll get to those later. But yeah, I'm all like, what should I do with this? Nothing? That's such a huge area. That's like practically a whole floor worth of content, but vertical. I did want some verticality in the game. Maybe not that much verticality. That's okay. I can make you go down. Because, you know, underneath, buildings tend to be creepy things that you wouldn't want to normally see. Basements, sub-basements, sewers. Who knows what's down here? I don't know. I do like just going down and down, though. Remember, if at any point you go down 13 floors of anything, or 13 like levels of a dungeon, Diablo is waiting, right? That's how it works. So I just have to make my game go down 13 floors and then you fight Diablo to stop the curse. Now that's how it works. It's not how it works at all. You should be so lucky to fight Diablo. No, what is down there is much, much worse. Yeah. I figure it's good if you're just constantly going down and, you know, finding things that'll work out. What is the purpose of this wall? Why is there a hallway that you can look down? What is the purpose of this hole in this floor? Sometimes I make things and then forget why I made them. I also kind of crammed everything together and don't really know what I was doing with this area specifically. But I get the sneaking suspicion that this just should not be. It really doesn't need to be there. I don't think I want these giant glass windows either, to be honest. Oh, yeah. Well, I start you in effectively the attic, so, you know, you're working your way down. You work your way to the basement, right? That is true. You are working your way to the basement. That's been stated. What happens when you get to the basement? That's a little up in arms right now. It's a little up in the air. I have basically two ideas of what's going to happen when you deal with the stuff in the basement, like where the game goes from there. And I'm debating on which one, based entirely upon which one ends up being more feasible to have happen. So we shall see. I mean, like it's really just comes down to like an entirely separate, you know, like broken type of world thingy. Like at one point I had like an upside down version of the building, but that was just as an homage to Castlevania. But that's just too much content. I'll never get it done. Too many enemies I have to design. Another, I was just building farther down. It's like, what's really down there? And I think that's more creepy. What's really down below the building is where I decided I was going to go with it. I say it out loud now because, you know, I've been arguing with myself, but when I say it out loud, some things sound really freaking stupid when I say them out loud. And I was like, you know, that sounds dumb. Now, I'm just going to build down. Not 13 floors. You're not fighting Diablo. Sorry. Probably 7 floors. Maybe not, though. I'm seeing how much content is in this game already, and I'm like, 7 floors might be a 5-year project. Probably have a hallway here or something, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing with any of these rooms here. I'm gonna put a wall here though, and a door, I guess. Why is this hallway here? I have questions. None of them make any sense. Yeah, we'll see. I do like the idea of building down more than I like the idea of any kind of mystical weird world or anything. I need to divide this between a city and like a chess world, basically. It would be about the two things that I'm looking for, like board game type of things. So I'm assuming that's what I need to do. Because it's really easy to make chess piece enemies. I have all the stuff to pull that off very easily. I wouldn't mind a dollhouse area, but the issue I have with the dollhouse area is I don't have a lot of assets that would work really well for a dollhouse. Outside of just simply making the building itself like a dollhouse. I guess, I mean, like... I mean, I can decorate the walls more dollhouse-like. I'm trying to figure out all the stuff I'm going to need because Black Friday is coming up. So that's why I'm worrying more about level design than I am about other stuff right now. Because I want to get everything I can on sale. So you always try to buy anything you need for your game on Black Friday. So if anyone wonders why I'm so focused on level design right now, it's literally that. It's just like, okay, Black Friday's coming up. What am I going to buy? Do I need anything? Okay, what am I looking for? Because in here I can sit there and retool these walls here to be like, you know... Well, they're sadly the wrong color. I'd have to redo them. But I could sit there and pick, you know, more like flowery wallpaper. I can put a special floor in here so that it's like a carpet. I mean, I could just do those things. In fact, I'll do that now. Start putting a couple things in here. But that's what I found. Every time when, you know, Black Friday rolls around, know exactly what you need for your game. Trust me. You will save so much money on your game. Because you can get your stuff for like 70% off, because, you know, the fab stuff is usually real cheap on this day. Same thing with Daz, but Daz always has sales, so you don't gotta get excited by a Daz sale. You can if you want, but I wouldn't. Seems kind of redundant. These are wallpapers. I don't think I want them to be the floor necessarily. But it could be. They do look pretty good as floors, and I could make her stuff all pink. Yeah. Well, that's why I've kept my game costs so cheap. It's humble bundles, but those are just, you just keep checking those all the time. And buying things on like the big mega sales and then relying on whatever they give me for free. That's when my game's budget's been like only like $1,000 or less. Like that's like, I mean, my whole game dev career I probably spent maybe $1,500, so much of which was on Dad's characters, so you know, I mean, that I'm not using. Which sucks. I'm probably going to take the main character from the other game and use her somewhere. Because I've largely scrapped the idea for the other game. I don't think it's ever going to really happen. This game's going to take me so long, and if this game does well, there'll be a Poppet Quest 2, and if there's not, it doesn't do well, then, well, I'll worry about what the next game's going to be. Honestly, depending upon how well this one does, I'll rethink how well, much I'm going to do any of the game dev. Like, if it does absolutely horrible and I spend years on it, I'm like, maybe that was a bad choice. We'll see, though. If it does well, I'll be like, I'm a genius! Only problem is that character looks more attractive than Poppet as a human, but not very good as a doll. And I don't have a way to make her look good as a doll. I've been finding like nothing, none of the doll materials I have really look good on her. And I have no need of human characters, so not in this game. Wow. I needed exactly 2 human characters. 3 if I ever show off human Poppet. I do have a human version for Poppet, by the way. I do. I don't know if I'm going to show it, because it would require a scene where you would see that, but maybe. She's not ugly, for certain. But it's a game about toys. Why am I going to have a human anything? Except the Ghost Girl, and maybe the Toy Maker if he's in here, and Tinka. Those are the only ones who are like, you know, not toys. Everybody else seem like toys to me. Yeah, I can go kind of dollhouse like by having furniture that's more dollhouse colored, more ornate, I guess. And having, you know, more frilly colors on like the walls and things like that. I have all the regret in the world that I didn't do these walls specifically to have what they need on them. Also, this just has to be redone outright. Like, what is up with this wall? It's just sticking out in the world, huh? Huh. That's awkward. Well, I wanted to put wallpaper on it, I guess. Can't really redo the exterior walls. Well, I can, but I don't want to. But I could wallpaper these, and if I just did that, like having this type of stuff and the walls being those things, maybe it could be a dollhouse. And they would just be like tiny versions of these. Because really, what is a dollhouse at the end of the day, right? It's you're trying to emulate a regular house, but a small version of it. Huh. Google image search is better than Brave's one. Nothing creepy that I can't look at on there. I worry about Google search. Sometimes they just show things you're just like, what the hell? All I typed in was dollhouse. Yeah, freaks. Okay, looks like it's safe to look at. Good enough. Alright. So what is a dollhouse really? They're always open to the side. I mean... yeah, they're always just really frilly. They're obviously open to the side like this. And I could have things like that, which... would I do it like that? Would I have a bunch of open things like this to the sides in like a room? Like just dollhouses on display that people could look inside? I mean, I guess so. Because if it doesn't open up, how would a kid ever use it, right? Like if it was just a regular house. Apparently you never outgrow dollhouses. Though that is, to be honest, a very cool dollhouse. I mean, like if I was a doll, I would choose to live in this thing and not that frilly garbage. More ornate look. Oh, I don't want to go. Actually, I can go outside. It looks like it's fine. Yeah. Essentially, you're designing flat rooms, is what it looks like. Because these beds are like, they're really scrunched beds. So I could design my own scrunched versions of things. Do I want a dollhouse area? I mean, the whole third chapter does not have to be dominated by a particular theme. It could be like different sections selling different things and enemies that are more geared towards those. I mean, the secondary is very piratey themed in like water and like Wonderland kind of thing on the way. So some combination, basically a Neverland, I guess. So, right? What is Neverland but Wonderland with pirates, right? Kind of the same thing. Maybe. That one, I guess they close. I could have a door on them like that, you know, I could have where Poppet actually can use the magician or something to open them and look inside. It's not a bad idea. That's cool. That one's not even scrunched. That one's just like super detailed. Damn. I don't get a big picture? I guess get these. Yeah, look at that. Jesus. Kudos to them for making that like ludicrous. But I guess it can be deep. I guess there's no reason it has to be scrunched completely. So I guess that's what I'm going to do here is I'll just have open buildings or ones where you can, there's like a hinge or something that opens up to reveal. What are you? You're pretty sweet looking, actually. Damn. This is now a dollhouse stream, evidently. Can I have a full picture of it? Why does zoom? That's awkward anyway. Yeah, I think I will have something along the lines because I can design mini houses. And if you have to open each one to look inside, that's its own little fun thing that, you know, adds to is a toy thing. So I go in a doll room or a dollhouse room or some multiple dollhouse thingies. And maybe the third chapter will get split up into a bunch of things and being a lot more like toy centric or like a lot more themed in smaller areas. It's so big. I was originally going to stick with the Toy City thing. This room is just such a concept that I just hadn't really done much with it, but I was like, well, you know, I'm just going to make it look like an idea, and then I'll run with it whenever I get to it. I have not got to it. But do I need anything for a dollhouse setup? I don't think I do. Like, I think that's kind of all I need. I've already got many little houses. I have a oh gosh, the Victorian house thing strikes again. Huh. Sadly, I deleted the level for that. That would have been like its own ridiculous level of thing. How will I make them open? I know how to code to make them open. More, I'm trying to think of the visuals of how I would make it open. Like. I guess I just essentially build two halves of a house and just I just build them completely separate. Or not even two halves of a house, it would just be the front of a house that opens up and then you would go inside. So it'd be no different than a cabinet, and I would just attach all the pieces to the cabinet door. But then realistically, how big does that each like level have to be, right? Poppet can jump on this, like she can wander around in here. She can't really jump. Like she can get on this, but it's so short that she really can't get much of a jump at all. So like I could make the rooms as big as this, then she can't jump. Does she need to jump? Or I can make them 2 sizes. Well, actually, I guess I already have something that's sort of scaled to Poppet, right, in the form of her, like, toy box. While I'm here, I'm going to turn this into a thing so I'll forget otherwise. And I don't really want it doing its thing here. Let's convert it over. I was going to add a floor here anyway, I just hadn't gotten around to it. Oh wait, this is Charlotte's bedroom. Is there no Charlotte's bedroom? Okay, well, I'm gonna making stuff for this. You might get like Ghost Girl room or something like that. Ghost Girl's bedroom. Ghost Girl. Oh no. Making her almost like a theme in itself or an attraction itself, like the haunting of the building could be a thing. I don't know. I mean, obviously, you're not gonna really encounter that much during the like, it's nighttime, so you know no one's gonna be in the place. It's just you, but and a ghost girl and all the other angry toys. But you know, it'll work out. I'll add a collision real fast. Well, we need to just drop a box simplified and call it square. And let's... I think eventually I'm going to remove everything out of the building partition and instead load them into the data layers that would be relevant to those. But because you can put them in multiple data layers, and as long as those data, any of those layers are around, then they'll be loaded. Because there's basically no reason why I would ever want the building to be completely loaded all the time, like all this individual stuff. It's just that it's going to take a while, so I haven't bothered to yet. So I was going to, oh yeah, I was going to compare the box sizes to see how I would make a toy house, like a little dollhouse. I don't specifically, yeah, I could put one in Charlotte's bedroom, to be fair. Because this is effectively the same size. It looks like it's about the size of one of those bookshelves. But the big issue is that the camera zooms in. Like, I guess if I were to close this, because the little thingies usually aren't that big, so like this is the problem I have here. Like, the camera gets so close to the player that it would be almost really awkward. Like, how would you even fight in it? I try to deliberately avoid this problem a lot because I know how obnoxious it is, because every one of these things will get in the way of the camera. And I can make them not, but like, what realistic gameplay could I have? Unless it's just you open it up and can find things inside them and just kind of jump inside them. And they don't serve much gameplay beyond that. I mean, I guess it's they're like a treasure chest in a way.
At that point, I'd probably just design like 1 or 2 and be like, yeah, we're good. But that seems so lame. Now, it is possible I could take a floor and just design it like it's entirely a bunch of, you know, rooms that are like in a house and have you wander around it, but that's not really like a dollhouse. That's just like a house. I guess if they were smaller, but I think realistically for Poppet to have any kind of reasonable plaything like that, it has to at least be as tall as the box when it's closed. That's basically her jump height. Not double jump height, just jump height. And then you can, it'd be no different than running through the ducts or pipes, really. It would just be a different visual for exactly the same thing. Which would be like, well, like the toy maze would be in a way like that. I get the feeling I'm not going to theme an area around a dollhouse. I don't see how it would ever be good for gameplay. But I do think I will have it at least in 1 or 2 dollhouses just sitting around in the world to mess with in certain rooms. I think that's just better. Like if you can just open it up and it's like a little dumb cupboard and inside it is stuff, I think that's more interesting than theming the whole area. I'm still not sure I haven't turned some of these city things into gamified levels, but I'm not going to worry about how I gamify it yet. Job 1, theme the thing. I create like an idea, a concept room, and then job 2, gamify it. And the gamified version will not look anywhere close to what the concept one, what the finished one looks like necessarily, or anything like the concept. It'll be something weird in between, hodgepodge. Who knows? I actually like how I did this setup here with the thing in the center like that. It's not a bad plan. I was gonna have collectibles in here, since I'm just gonna have it where in the world where every time you have like, you know, certain things and they appear. The painting's already in here, so I actually just need to have 3 containers with numbers on them and like a painting on top of them to show how many paintings are there, and you get an idea of what you need to do. And then I guess for like the little savable characters would have 3 of them as well, and that would give you 6 different tarot cards from here. But I would encourage you to go unlock every single thing. I'll set that up because at least it's a it's a gamified thing. I mean, it's helps complete this area for something useful to do in it. I'll probably just position them there and then add new ones later, or actually add like a new section later for them. I think I would take a quick bio break real fast though. One, because I'm out of alcohol, and 2, because I'm out of the alcohol. Let's be real here. You gotta recycle alcohol. That's how it works. I'll stare at the sky for a second or something. Storm's rolling in. Oh no!
It's all warm in this room, and then I leave this room, and it just, ugh, no, the rest of the house is just not nice. It's not like incredibly cold, but it's cold enough where I'm just like, ooh. I come in here, turn my heater back on, then it overheated, and just like, wow, this is a good plan, and the cycle continues. Winter isn't here yet, but I mean, it never gets below. Actually, I think we have to set 65. I don't know what it is, like 65 is not even that cold, but sitting around this house, it's that cold. It is cold. And it's like, why? Why this? I think I just grab all of it. I don't give a crap. This is just quicker to grab it all. And then just leave what I didn't want. And I'll just have little micro paintings, I guess. I guess the micro paintings could actually just have a picture of the actual thing it's supposed to be too. Well, no, I don't even need that. Because there's just physical representations in the world. So I don't need any of the things like that. It could just literally be like 3 things on both sides, and that's that. That's true. I actually just need these. I don't even need the rest of it. And I'll just swap this out for a little mini painting. I'll just make my own special painting collectible that's just all things merged together. Well, no, it'll have to have an image changeable thing. Because you wouldn't want a number. Because you wouldn't... Well, no, you do need a number. This would just be a picture of a painting on top. Yeah. Okay. I don't need a trophy case. They're in the world. And this is good because that means that I will be able to account for then 12 tarot cards that don't have to... Well, I mean, like, I'll have sacrificed 2 rooms for 12 tarot cards. Which then means I can, you know, divide the remaining 54 tarot cards. Yeah, it's a lot. Amongst the remaining, I don't know, 90 some odd rooms, 90 to 100 rooms. Like, there's a lot. Certain rooms obviously can't have a tarot card, so... Yeah, like, yeah. And I think I've placed like 8 of them in the first chapter. We'll say 8. I don't know offhand exactly. So 46 remaining for... God, it's still a lot. Even cheating and putting 6 of them in here. It's rough. I'm going to probably make the painting world bigger too. It's boring and lonely as it is now. It needs to have more to it. I guess actually it'd be like 1, 2, 3 like that. Or do I just have all next to each other? I guess next to each other is going to be the most aesthetically pleasing, if you will. Oh, that's interesting. Apparently, the painting world does not face the way I think it does. Huh. I guess I always just kind of assumed it faced that direction because that's just where you entered it from, but that's not true at all. Or this is rotated, one of the two. Oh, this is rotated. So technically this is where it would be. Alright. I don't know, I didn't have anything that really merged the two together, so I never had a good idea. I need like a mini toy to put on top. And then I need I guess a mini painting. Wait. How does the code work for this exactly? Because the paintings are named very specific things. They're not numbered. Okay, it's just counting the number. It doesn't even give a crap what it's called. That's good to know. I was a little worried about it. I was like, and then it was not a problem. I was like, oh, okay. Poppet's not open. Most of today I've just been adding game things. It's like gamified stuff, not even, you know, designing areas per se. I was writing the story and I realized I could tell two different stories with the collectibles, and then, you know, I wanted a way to a payoff for both. I had a payoff for one, but I didn't have a payoff for the audio logs. Which then realized I should have a payoff for the at least collecting all the toys, which I've decided to add in, and then a payoff maybe for collecting all the paintings. I guess I don't have to pay off collecting all the paintings. In a way, they're their own payoff because they're a way to travel between things, so like you have an incentive to, you know, get them because they're there. You know, might as well. I guess you don't have to, but you probably want to. If I reward two different things here, then it's balanced, so it fits the room better. And that's kind of nice, just, you know, from the whole feng shui type of thing here. There's a balance in the world. But I need a realistic amount of space for each of these to be balanced, if you will. So it needs to be like, you know, even then, that's probably not enough space. Well, it works, but it's not ideal. It does give me something to do, and then if I put like 21 toys or something around here in the world or something, like that'd be a lot of crap just sitting around here to do. So it'd be a very full place. I'm not sure I'm gonna add a bunch of areas and really unique things for them. Maybe they'll just tell you things about the place, or send you on little wild goose chases to find things or something, or maybe give you something. I don't know. I've really just come to the conclusion this game is going to be 100% collectibles, though, you know. No levels, anything, so you're going to collect crap. That's what we do here, we collect crap. So if I do that with them, I mean, it does have a nice feel to it when they're all just there. I can even connect them up with various steampunky. This is like the most steampunk room in the whole game. It's not even in the building. There is something a little awkward about that. I'm gonna say it is. It's a little awkward, you know. It's a little weird. But that's okay. What am I gonna use as my symbol for a little toy? Step around things. I could put a Pudgy up there. Pudgy. There, I should have rotated this mesh before I clone the crap out of it. But I'm going to replace it with a different mesh. I don't really want to put an actual full Tinka's painting thing on there. I mostly just want a mesh that's tied to a number. But I can get these two things. Like, I can just as easily... paintings, I guess. Sure. Oh, it would necessarily be a static mesh. I can run with it a little different. Also, I think I had these as just have all the stuff in them, so. Oh, there's a starting menu one. Oh, it just says load game on it? Sure. Hmm. Oh. I guess it's like an indicator, I guess. Yeah. I mean, none of this crap even matters. I can just delete all this. I didn't bother to do that over there because it wasn't necessary, but... I'm just gonna delete out all this garbage. I don't need it. I might keep the floating crap though. Never freeing the painting set. Okay, that's not even involved anymore. Outline doesn't do anything. I might have it float up and down because all the paintings in the painting world float up and down. So the ones above there, the little mini ones, should probably also do that. Cough, hack, wheeze. What I said it as. Painting name, sure. Read paintings. I mean, it's not really the image I'd want on a free thingy like that. I guess I could go like that and just put it on top. Not wrong. So I'd probably just merge it all together as one thingy. This isn't really set up to be necessarily the other. This is just an activation check and each uses a static mesh. Sure. Oh, please. What I can do is I can take this and then I can merge it. Mergy. blind? I'm blind. There we go. Merge actors. Hey, let's go. What now? And go. Boop. Let's new paintings. Oh, caps lock. What do now? That's not it. Boop. There's not as that defaulted. Do I want that as a thing, or do I want it to be it's no longer the right image anyway. I'll have to change the image. This one here I could just, well, this won't even show. Unless I want a special one for it. I kind of don't want to make a whole special anything for it if I can avoid it. That is not an accurate image of the painting world anymore. I want the little light up indicator on it. Hey, Legendary Escape. Not a lot, just setting up reward thingies in the game. I'm debating how I want to make a little indicator on top of these. How are things with you? Guess I should make a dupe one of these, it'll look better. Damn. I mean, do I want to make it a child or do I want to run with it as it is? If it's a child, then we'll keep the static mesh, which it doesn't necessarily need. Making some Pixar for 2D game making? Nice, nice. Always fun. What sort of game making? What you doing? You can just make the static mesh not visible. It's probably easier. I don't change the code later and have to adjust it on all of them. It could also crash too. That's also an option. It's like I got a minute, we'll restart. Here's all poofed up. Poofed. Waiting, 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 waiting. Adding so many things to this game at this point tonight. TRPG, it's gonna be a side scroller. Standing in a cave, not showing the story though. It's fair. I almost made a game that started out in a cave or some, you know, when we fell off a cliff and, like, you know, woke up in a cave. Not injured, but not really certain if she was even really alive or dead or whatever. I made a whole cave for it. Then I abandoned that game because the game was a catastrophe on every front, but that's because it had no planning at all. Hear me out. It had no planning whatsoever. It worked this time? Okay, it didn't splat. That's a good sign. Yep. Well, early on I had lots of dreams and no idea how to do anything, and I made a point of making every mistake I possibly could. Yes. Like if there was a mistake, I made it. Every time. No questions asked, I just made that mistake. Apparently, I am not making a child of that, by the way. It does not want to make a child of this. I saved it, I opened it, and it crashes. We're not doing that. I'll make it the other way work somehow. Yes. Yes, indeed. Alright, well, launching it again. That's okay. All the things for that dumpster fire game are what led to this game anyway, are part of what how I got there. Like, had it not been for the mistakes I made with that game, I would really just have not any idea what I was doing. I still have like a little video on my YouTube for it when I actually used to put up, you know, things showing off what I did. Because I don't really do that anymore. I should, but I don't. I should. But you can see I have like a, you know, whole cave thing set up and everything like that. And I was playing with the various colors and stuff, lighting the cave up like that. This is back in UE4 when I was just learning the engine and everything. When she gets into the light, it's probably a little better, but I stole her outfit for Poppet. I just straight up stole her outfit for Poppet. It's literally where I got it from. Make a character, I'm like, at least the outfit's still useful. I gave her a sword because I was like, I can give her a sword. I don't know why I gave her a sword. So, actually, what am I doing? 1 second. One second. Wait. Boop. I never put anything in to do because I was just learning the engine. I was like learning how to design things, so. I had a very weird Wonderland idea for her thing, but I never ran with it. I was like, look, landscapes and things. The sword actually acted as a light. I think it's part where I gave it to her. I was like, I give her a sword. There was no purpose for her, though. She served no function. Her story made no sense as a weird Wonderland game. Her movement looks so stiff when you compare it to the game animation samples movement, right? I still have the model. I could use her if I want. I probably will use her as a toy somewhere. I'm a little secret. Yeah, her double jumps doesn't have any particles or anything cool about it. Yeah, UE4 could still look pretty good. I'm gonna let you know a little secret. Turns out UE4 looks pretty good. I also had way better performance. Maybe. It's funny, when I was making the RPG Maker version of the game ages ago, I had her show up occasionally as a recurring character throughout all the various prototypes because she wanted to, you know, because she was upset her game didn't get made, so she was, you know, attacking Poppet because, you know, she wanted her own game. I thought it was funny. I'm like, yes. I stole the idea from this guy, 100%. It's totally an Asagi scenario. But yeah, I was making these things and I was like, oh, cool, make a cave. And I'm like, but this served no function. I didn't know what I was doing. A new sword? No, this is ages ago in Unreal 4 from a game I never made. I stole this character's outfit. This is not Poppet. She does not have a sword. I don't know why I would give her a sword. I mean, I could. You could give her a sword for a tarot card, but this was just, you know, we got talking about making a cave. And I was like, a long time ago, in a land far away, in the game that got cancelled because it had no plan. No, no, no. I deleted this map. A lot of it because it got corrupted, and at the time I had no idea how to recover it. Now I could probably have saved it, but there was nothing of value to merit. It's a poor character. I have very little representations of the that game. I didn't really record much of it, sadly. Occasionally I streamed working on it, but I think it's only like 2 or 3 times ever. But no, I because of that character, I learned how to do all the stuff for working with all the cloth physics. And that's also why I used that outfit, because I knew that outfit would work. Yeah, well, we can't use this here. This child thingy breaks. I don't know why. It's crashed the engine twice. I think I still have a long time ago in X when I used to post my stuff there. I just need to post more on these things. I don't update things. I don't provide evidence of my work, which is such a dumb thing, because if you're not going to do that, then no one's going to really know you did it. That is so stupid. I just stream it, but I suck at promotion. It's very simple. Where was... Yeah, this actually was what led to part of what... what's going on here, bucko? There we go. Part of what led to the creation of Poppet Quest in general. Oh yeah, the rubber chicken is a weapon. Yes. Because I started in UE4, but then I took like 2.5 years off from health problems, and then, you know, came back to finding that UE5 was a thing. And so this little concept thingy led to like a Poppet Quest thing. But originally Poppet Quest was in a haunted attic, and, you know, it wasn't like of the scope it is now. Just it's pure. It might yet be a rubber chicken weapon. I thought about it, the fool having a rubber chicken as a weapon, but then I decided not to, because this wasn't as funny, to be honest. If I get really technical, it just wasn't very funny. It wasn't cool. You know, I had a whole... I still took a lot of the ideas for this. Like, I mean, it's supposed to be in the same world, so all the designs, these things like that, led to Poppet Quest. It's just, again, I stole her outfit. It's 100% stole her outfit. But she had extra things to her outfit that Poppet does not have. But I was very excited by these things. Not anymore. But I wish I'd recorded it so everyone could have seen how crappy I was in the beginning. I'm crappy now, but, you know, I'm less crappy now. Like all the dumb things I was doing, the horrible programming. Even more horrible than my programming now. That's impressive. Hear me out, that's impressive. But no, that dumpster fire game had so many problems. It ran through every single thing there. It changed main characters, like, at one point. Changed its focus, I think, like 3 or 4 times. I mean, it's just... I should have just kept them all as simple little tiny games. But I showed up to the world of RPG Maker with, you know, dreams of having this incredibly complex who knows what story. Don't do that to yourself. Just don't do that to yourself. It's such a mistake. I'm gonna let you in a little secret. If you don't do that to yourself, life is a lot easier. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. I did much dumb. Oh, I'm changing materials that way? Sure. Oops. That's what the hex plane to be visible. But yep. My advice to everyone. Have a good plan. Hear me out. Just game dev doc, you know, just have a good plan when you build your stuff. Trust me. It'll work out much better if you have a plan. This would have been so much faster if I didn't do it this way. Speaking of needing a better plan. Holy crap, where else am I still using this thing? Oh. Yeah, I don't care about that. I'm just gonna merge it together anyway. I don't want it to be a blueprint. Guess the glass doesn't need to be there either. Not that these scenes do anything either. Any of this crap. What I actually need. I don't care about any of this. Who cares? Alright, let's try this again. You can always squish blueprints into a static mesh, so that's what I do with these sometimes if I just want to have a basically a sign somewhere effectively. That's really what it is. There we go. I really just wanted to keep the symbol over it, but it was setting it to not visible and making me sad. Oh, actually, I don't need this one out here now. I can just go over this. I guess I'm gonna reward for opened paintings. I don't know. It would make sense that she would reward you for opening the paintings, but the fact you get to travel between the areas is in itself its own reward, so... Holy crap, that's big. Oh crap. Makes sense. Still too big? Mm. No, no, no. I thought about keeping that floating thing, but I don't know about that. Point 0.3? That looks about right. Still gotta make my other character into a freaking toy so that she appears in the world. I'll make her. I don't want to basically have to design an entire new character, so if I can use a character that already exists, hear me out. It's not a bad scenario. I'm actually just gonna delete these other ones here and just copy paste this over and over. And these are listed as what? We're gonna crashy? No, we just doing stuff? Okay. I'm probably gonna want to space these out, but first I'll put all the crap in I need. And then I'll worry about making it look nice. At least they all cover the location of essentially 12 tarot cards. A lot. I still think there's way too many tarot cards. I wish there was like only 20 tarot cards or something like that, so I just didn't need to design 6 more cards, you know? It'd be a lot cleaner and nicer. Oh yeah, why did I copy this without actually duplicating all the info? I'm gonna make my life less hard. I don't know what I was smoking. It was good though, whatever it was. Sorry I didn't share. It's called painting, sure. Now comes the question. Like I was gonna give out the star. Okay, fine. What other tarot card was I planning on giving out here? I have to give out all 3 essentially, because that's how it works. So it's weird if it's only like one of them. Unless there's just like one of them is the reward for collecting everything, which would be fine, I guess, but yeah. And then I realized it would be in the first chapter too. Both of them would probably. Now I'm sure how many paintings are there. There's probably gonna be like 6 paintings per floor. No, maybe there's like 6 for the first one. Unless I'm just splitting up all these open, I could have like 6 there and then 6 here. How many paintings are there? 5, 5, and 5, and then 4 there. 19 doesn't exactly split very well 3 ways. There could be more paintings. There could also be a way through here because this does look like a gateway. to potentially another area. Originally, I think of floating around though, which I might do. I could move this thing over. This map is so unoptimized, it's adorable. Like, there's just nothing in this place is nice. Looks like an underfloor. Oh, I see. So I had a floor there. Damn. I regret not having a hole in the center, so I think I could just been like giant in the center or something. But potentially I could take this whole structure and make a second one over here and have a pathway between them, and on the one have a bunch of stuff. My big worry though is that I add all this extra space to it and it doesn't need it. Like, it doesn't want it. That is kind of an issue. Like, it's just like, okay, cool, but you added all this stuff and that does what again? Like, what are we really adding all this for? Because there's only so many paintings in the building. I'm not even sure there'll be 19 paintings in the building, but I think I'm gonna have to get rid of one and just have this be empty. Then I want something here, which could just be a giant Tinka. I mean, like, I could just have her floating here or standing here or inside of a giant painting. That is true. I considered having her always inside of a painting, right? Because if she's always in a painting, like, you know, I mean, it just would make sense that she's just possessing paintings. So you're inside the painting world, but she's still only inside the paintings as well. Because originally she was always inside of a painting. Even when you traveled through paintings, she would only appear inside of other paintings. She was never just derping about, you know? But potentially... Well, it's only 5 paintings for the first area, so it'd be like 5 for there, 5 for that. That only leaves 4 and 5, and the other areas are bigger. There could be more paintings down here too. If I'm gonna fit a bunch of toys in here, but I guess if the toys are like the 2D images are just sitting here like derping around and don't have buildings or something, it'd be fine. I kind of want them to have little buildings they built, but at the same time, I don't know if I want to be on the hook for designing all those buildings, and what do the buildings even do? Like, you just rescue all of her friends and they just show up here, and that's easy. That requires very little additional work. I guess we'll stick with the star for now. This might get changed later. Because initially I always wanted to give out the star here, because I don't know if you looked around out here, but if there was ever a perfect place for you to receive the star tarot, I'm pretty certain this is it. I just couldn't find a good reason for her to ever give out the star tarot, and I even considered jumping puzzles and the like, but why are there jumping puzzles again? Like, what are we doing here? I don't know. It didn't make any sense. It was dumb. This one just stays as 3, that's fine. And I can move around so they're not all next to each other too. Oh well, we'll see. And I gotta move the number. Oh, I forgot to move the number. That's dumb. I'm okay with that. It's just this text transform is just stupid. I think I made it really small because of the fact that, yeah, because the painting got shrunk down a bunch. Awkward. It's weird because it's rotated, but whatever. That one does what it wants to. Okay, I guess I'm redoing these ones here because I don't want to... I'd rather rechange a couple numbers than reposition that crap ever again. Guess I just make sure they're all open first before I do the other, and I can also just set them all as one because you start with at least one unlocked. But I technically have multiples unlocked, I think, if memory serves. Oh, maybe I'd at least set the data layer too. Wait, it wouldn't matter because they have no data layer. Data layers are map dependent, and the painting world has no data layers. It's not big enough. It was going to be huge, but, you know, hear me out. No thanks. Well, those are too high in the wrong direction. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Fail, 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 fail. Fail. You were the only failure. Why? Why this? Whoa, whoa, buddy. Oh. That would be because you're all hovering in the air. Probably not great. What am I doing? Why don't I move them all at once so that they keep the same same Z. But why did you fail? What's that? The fail is strong. Why mouse no work? Mouse, hello. Okay. This needs to come down a little more, but work now. No. So reverse does in direction, but oh. Not sure why I failed to change that one of all of them, but I did. I'll just figure out the number, then I'll copy paste it to the other ones. Still too high? Did you open at least? Good. Wait, did I change the text on that instead? Wait, what? Why are you backwards? Oh, that's weird. Guess I had them both selected or something when I did that. That's good. Also, while I'm at it, let me remove these stupid print strings. Don't exactly want those. I thought I reversed these directions. I think I just did the wrong one. Oops. That's why I messed up, so I just clicked the wrong one. Possibly I want them closer too. Because they're kind of a little close to there. Interferes a bit with that. That's pretty good actually right there. It's actually perfect. I think what I'm discovering is that I like it when things are busy. Because steampunk is inherently busy. It's just what it is. It's just busy. And so, the more things I feel just full of all this stuff, the more it feels like a steampunk world. Because whenever you think steampunk, you never think empty. Like, it's never a term I would use to describe steampunk. You've got weird gears, you've got weird pipes, you have things that seem overly complicated. Even corridors are full of all sorts of bizarre piping and things that just seem like there's just not a lot of empty, even though it's like an empty corridor. It's not really that empty. And so I think a lot of my design problems so far have been that I still have to fill it up full of stuff, or it's just empty. Lame. It's like, yay, cool, what a deal. Meanwhile, it's like, yay, cool, what a deal. Right, we're gonna do something logical here. We're just gonna duplicate the one that is, or the ones that are already pretty good, and then replace them with a different toy thingy, like a toy thing on top. But before we do that, let's H-load into the painting world and just get it over with, yeah? Now my plan is to go back through and make things busy. Maybe put like weird chords, things like that, just stuff, things that don't make any sense. It doesn't matter. There's magic in the world too, so you know that's also a thing. I mean, obviously, toys don't come to life by accident. Weird, well, they don't come to life by a curse by accident. Like, obviously, that's some kind of magic stuff. Assuming you count like the paranormal as magic too, which is also a possibility. I mean, she's traveling through paintings too. I mean, holy crap! Like, too much magic in this world for too many things in this world to not have magic be a thing. These could be closer. These are not actually symmetrical at all. Like, nothing in this room is really as symmetrical as it might first appear, so that's why I'm not moving them exactly the same. I wish I'd made it symmetrical. I'm actually kind of liking that, having just stuff here. I still got it in the tarot cards, of course. I don't know what the tarot cards I'm going to get out here, though. Which tarot card would most likely fit with rescuing a whole bunch of toys? Bring him over here. So, we're obviously not giving out the Fool, the Magician. The High Priestess. You know, intuitive, unconscious inner voice. I mean, the collecting toys doesn't really fit with the theme of the High Priestess. So giving it out there wouldn't be too bad. Obviously, we're not going to get the Empress. The Emperor is busy. So is the Hierophant. The Lovers has a place already. The Chariot. Doesn't have a place where you get it. Direction, control, willpower is what the upright meanings are. Strength. So, I don't have a use for strength yet. Focus, bravery, compassion. Courage, bravery, confidence, compassion, self-confidence, inner power. Man, I'm sad that the Emperor is the thing, because the Emperor sounds more like something you would actually hand out here. Stability, structure, protection, authority, control, practicality, focus, discipline. I mean, I guess protection is about the only thing that really fits collecting a bunch of toys. So possibilities so far are those ones. Well, the hermit is free to give out. I don't see how collecting a bunch of toys makes you like, you know, like collecting all Tinka's friends makes you a hermit. That seems like the complete opposite. So throwing that out. Justice has a purpose. I don't see how the hanged man would have anything to do with sacrifice, release, and martyrdom. Death already has one. Temperance has a location. The devil has one, I guess, but I don't see how it fits. Star is already there. Hope, faith, and rejuvenation. I mean, it's not like necessarily perfect. I mean, I guess I give out the sun there. The ones that are still available, give out like those ones there. I don't. Self-evaluation, making real purpose, reflection, reckoning. Not really. Disaster, destruction. Definitely not. Makes no sense. Happiness, success, optimism, vitality, joy, confidence. Happiness the second time. I guess you're just not happy enough, right? You gotta be happy. Double happy. Truth. Okay, what's this blocked happiness? Wouldn't it just be unhappiness? Like, who writes this crap? Unrealistic expectations? No. I guess I have those for whoever writes this crap. True. Yeah. I have another one somewhere. Where's the other one at? Whatever, I can just also open up tarot card meanings. There's another one that someone recommended I use. To be fair, all the tarot cards often conflict with each other, so you got to be real careful about that. Like each one, like the sites conflict. They say different things. So basically, what I'm saying is all the tarot things are complete BS. Because they'll like directly conflict with each other to the point of being opposite meanings. I've read through so many of these dumb sites, and it's just. I thought they had more clear meanings than they do. They do not. I think the term we're looking for is open to interpretation. Yes. I want to see what their definition of the sun was. Positivity, fun, warmth, success, and vitality. Happiness, success, optimism, vitality, joy, confidence. I mean, not that far from each other, at least on that one. I could give out the sun there. It also fits being there, but there's no giant sun in the background. And I feel like there should be a giant sun out there in space, you know, to for giving out the sun. I've already got the moon in a place, otherwise I'd give out the moon here because that'd be super perfect. But I have such a great encounter to earn the moon. It's so perfect. If I could go back, I would change it maybe, but... So I think the front runners are the sun because... Where else are you going to find the sun in a toy store at night? Or the High Priestess simply because it's got nowhere else it's specifically at, you know? Intuition, sacred knowledge, divine feminine, the subconscious mind. Unconsciousness, intuition, mystery, spirituality, higher power, inner voice. They're kind of like each other. There's subconscious in there. The problem I have with the High Priestess so far is I don't have any direct area that's a good area to give it out. Like, I could just have some sort of little astronomy area with, like, you know, like, little models with, like, the rotating planets and, like, a sun, that kind of thing. Sometimes. And I could give out the sun there, and that'd be perfectly fine. Or just something that's more themed on the science and discovery. The High Priestess, it would be, like, you know, more like some kind of religious area or something I'd give it out at. Some of the things, be a lot of religious things in there. I mean, okay. I do put a lot of weird demonic things in here. And voodoo things, I guess. Those are technically religious. Maybe not the most ideal religions, but technically they are. Yeah, I think it's those. I don't see myself giving out the chariot there. Like, I could give out the chariot somewhere that's much cooler. Especially because it's like, you know, cool old clockwork wings. I'm already giving out the star. I'm not gonna lie though, strength does seem like something that you would get from that, like, you know, the courage, bravery, confidence, compassion type of thing. Encourage, persuasion, influence, compassion. I mean, it sounds perfect as the card you would get for rescuing things, right? Much better than happiness, success, optimism, vitality, confidence. I mean, like, positivity, fun, work. I mean, these just don't fit. Maybe strength is it. Because I have no location for either. To be fair, I don't really have a lot of abilities for strength yet either. I don't have a lot of abilities for the sun. I mean, I made concept abilities for them. Like, I came up with ideas and they're written in a giant document. One day I just got feisty and just made them all. I think I'll give out strength. If it really is about doing that. Yeah. I'll save the sun for somewhere else. There's not even a sun here. I was originally considering having a battle arena. And you win the battles to unlock the strength tarot cards. Oh, Kyle, now that I say it like that. Strength's not really necessarily about fighting. That's true. It's not necessarily about fighting. At all. In fact, there's none of them that are particularly about fighting. But there are destructive ones, with like the tower and the devil being like the most destructive of the two. Weirdly enough, death is not all that destructive as far as when you read what they're actually about. It's end of cycle, beginnings, change, metamorphosis. Isn't really about, you know, death so much, but, you know, like freaking the tower's like sudden upheaval, broken pride, disaster, and you're like, it's much more violent. The devil being more about addiction and materialism. Don't ask why fire is even involved. I guess it would depend on what the other versions say, too, for that matter. Now, another one says shadow, self-attachment, addiction, restriction, and sexuality for the devil. You know... Whatever. Every site says something different, so you just gotta pick your favorites. Some of them are much more clearly defined. Like, you'd be surprised. Certain ones are super well defined. Fool is very well defined. The world is very well defined. Death is very well defined. After those ones, some of the ones like they're pretty out there, man. But even then, there's certain ones like Hierophant doesn't seem all that. Actually, maybe that one's more defined. I don't have to think about it. Some of the ones were just weird. The frivolous ones, it's like, what is this? I didn't even realize this was a tarot card. Yeah. Actually, the Chariot is control, willpower, success, action, and determination. I mean, to be... Well, no, I can't give out something that is... required for traversal here. Unless I want to make it obligatory that you save the toys. But I don't think I want it to be obligatory. The paintings you're gonna... you'll have to unlock at least, you know, one of the paintings. Two of the paintings. So you'll actually... You start with one, so you'll have three. Okay. That's not enough to get these, because it'll be like, I'm gonna split it into threes, essentially. Like, no, each third, I should say. So it's not obligatory to get any of these. But to get the best ending, it's obligatory you unlock at least the first one of every tarot card. That's not the only requirement for the best ending, but it is a requirement for the best ending. So you are obligated to find 1/3 of all toys, 1/3 of all paintings. I assume you'll find all the paintings just by nature of playing the game. I don't know why you would be like, listen, there's this fast travel point, but I don't want to open up the fast travel point. Nobody says this. Nobody. Like, these will probably get collected for certain. These ones, unlikely to be as often, I would assume. I'm assuming there's going to be 21 toys. I mean, there's actually 22 cards in the tarot, but you can't really split 22 3 ways. It doesn't work. Also, the last number on the tarot cards is actually 21 because the Fool is 0. I'm not putting many references to the tarot cards and what they mean all over throughout the game, like secret references, characters that reference things like that, you know, or characters that represent the tarot. I'm going to run with it as hard as I can, but I'm not going to necessarily say what everything is. I'm going to put a picture of like the dog up here or something. That's fine. I have a sprite. It's perfect. Actually, that's not a static mesh. That's not perfect. What do I use as a toy? I kind of wanted to put one of these little things up here, but the flip books won't exactly work. Just to double check. I can't turn that into a static mesh. Well, wait. I mean, I could put them on a painting here. Everything else is a painting in this place. That make it kind of confusing. Well, I mean, I could put a picture of the toy on here and check freed toys. It'd match. And then I can get away with having sprite on there or something, since I don't think you can take a sprite and turn it into a thing. A static mesh. It doesn't think that works like that, but we'll find out, because I'm going to test it right now. It might work like this. I don't know. No. I didn't think it would. It has to be on top of something. So let's say I take a cube. Yeah, I don't want it to be completely flat, so we'll take a cube, I guess. Sure. I mean, technically, I can simply put no static mesh and then just put a picture of like Scooch or whatever here or something like that, or just one of these above there, and that would also work. It's not wrong. It's not wrong at all. I might do that in a second. So if I take a texture, you can create a material with this, right? Yeah. Is that really better than just having it inside of a painting thing? I mean, I could have those, but Also, if it's not flat, then it's going to be weird. Like, you can't pick one side with these unless you use a geo brush. But, it is possible to make it clear, but if I make it clear, that doesn't make it not solid. Or it can just be a painting with a picture of a dog in it. Could be. At that point, I probably want to turn it like using a geo brush. And then just flatten it like that. But I can actually just put a sprite in there and then, well, it wouldn't ram together right because I just tested with the merge all things and it doesn't merge. I basically have to do the geo brush. It's not that hard to do a geo brush, obviously. I don't want that, actually, what I'm doing. There's already a plane here. I can just dupe this and create a black one behind it. There's black plastic everywhere, so it's pretty free to keep using it, which is kind of my goal, to recycle materials if I can. You know, if it's possible, you should never use multiple versions of like a black when you could just use the same black material. I mean, it's black. Come on. How many black, like pure black materials did you need? Oh, that's right, like friends found or something. Friends found. It'll do for the moment. It's not ideal. I'm not a big fan of it. But it is much better than what I was doing. Sure. One of the few regrets I have is I don't have a lot of clock stuff in here so far. More clocks. It should just be saved, friend. Actually, no, this is friends, so actually, this could, well, whatever. You know what I should have done? Put lots of the friends in there. I'm probably going to do that. I'm going to go back and put lots of the friends in there. Not right now. Let's just make certain it works first, and then I'll deal with it later. I mean, technically, I could also just remove the number as well, but I think it'd be much cooler if I just had a whole bunch of friends in there and everything like that. You know, all the 2D like things when I make a bunch of them. Since I haven't got a bunch of them yet figured out, like I'm gonna basically duplicate a bunch of friends in there and just start adding them in as I go. But because I do have a bunch of stuff I rendered back in the day. When the game was like a 2D game or Paper ZD game, or I have the fake. I have like 2.5D, yeah. But I still have a bunch of those somewhere. Some got turned into 3D models. It just came down to whether or not I had the rights to use the 3D model or not. Like I had the rights to use all the renders I want, but that doesn't mean anything. That's fair what I'm gonna do about those characters. Anyway, let's set these up first, and I'll worry about that later. Oh, I wanted to look up, I think it's just called NPCs. Yeah, it's just called NPC. So it's, I'm assuming strength at this point. Strength doesn't have any particular abilities figured out. What are my abilities plans for strength? Are there any that I need to hand out specifically? Well, originally I gave it double jump, but I gave it now I give it also a club weapon too to mess with. So I'll pick an enemy up and we can use as a club. I guess the enemy takes damage when you hit things with it. So I'm gonna see if I can like basically equip enemies as a joke, and later on you pick up stronger enemies. I even potentially talked about equipping 2 enemies. I don't know if that's gonna be a thing, but it'd be pretty funny if it worked like that. The memes will be great. Because it no longer has double jump, I can give it out whenever I want. So I was gonna get out the chariot for double jump because the wings just look way cooler. Let's just be real here. I don't know why strength gives you double jump. in no world does strength let you jump off the air, but having some mechanical wings appear and, you know, flap you up in the air, that makes a lot more sense. Which also means the chariot can never have been given out here in the first place because it's too many traversals anyway, but I already knew that. I already mentioned it needed a traversal. And again, the sun didn't have a use for it either, so it's just... It's either just strength or that. It's really one of those two. But I could have a little mini battle arena and complicated encounters and hand out strength that way, which might be more fun. It would require me to design a lot of fights though. Bosses can take a very long amount of time. Whereas the sun, I don't have a good purpose for, and the battle arena does sound a lot more fun. I think by that standard, I'm going to go with the sun here. I don't know why I'm spinning everything. I get kind of wind dizzy. I'm just being like that, I guess. I'm not even looking at it as I'm spinning it. Just spinning it for no reason. Yeah, let's give out the sun here. Thinking about it, the battle arena idea is a pretty solid one. Basically, I kind of want to, you know, make it some sort of like test of, you know, test of strength, right? You know, like to get strength. It makes sense. The sun, and its meaning doesn't necessarily fit. I mean, joy, success, celebration. Okay, that's fair. He's celebrating getting friends back, sure, because he's got little painting friends. That's good. I mean, that's happiness, thing like that. Hope, faith, and rejuvenation. I mean, you're rejuvenating like the paintings and everything for her. That's kind of a thing. Hope, faith, purpose, renewal, spirituality, or positivity, fun, warmth, success, and vitality. I mean, I could see both those. The biddy meanings aren't very good. The labyrinthos meanings are much better for what I would need for this. I think I like the labyrinthos ones better on average. I think the explanation behind their tarot cards is just a lot better than the biddy ones that I got recommended initially. Yeah. Plus, I like the look of these better. They just are more... I guess less childlike. Maybe that's it. Yeah, we'll do the sun. I'll have to figure out exactly how... Like, the star number 1 is pretty figured out. The star number 2 is pretty figured out. Star number 3, not so much. The sun number 1... I'm pretty certain over time a lot of the tarot cards are going to get reworked as I come up with better ideas for them, because some of them just... They kind of just duplicate each other too much. That's the issue. Like, there aren't many that... Some don't feel very... Like, the magician doesn't have anything that duplicates its effects, but plenty of things will generate a light. Like, the sun has a light option where you can just place lights places. But then the star over there has the ability to trade your sanity for, you know, or trade your health for sanity, which acts kind of like a light in a way. They're not the same, but they play close enough in how they affect gameplay that it's like, well... They're not so different, and I can't really have that many. But I mean, with 66 abilities, I'm going to have to give out a lot of things that are somewhat similar, though. There's no two ways about it. I'm going to have to have things that are similar at some point. And certain numbers are going to be weapons. So there's that. Oh, I didn't change that one there. Should grab some tarot cards and put them in here too. So I do that as well. I do like the look of having them all there, but it does seem like that Tinka should just be giant and in the center there. The original reason why she was large and everything like that was because she was just a regular sized ghost, not inside of a toy at all. And she was just smaller looking at the paintings. But at that point, you would assume that her, you would just see her face in the paintings and she wouldn't be standing there, she'd be huge. Which would make a lot of sense. But everything's so set up for her to be sitting right here. And it does seem better, but then I gotta give her a place to stand. Incidentally, if you try to place one of these floating in the air or whatever, can't find a place to stand, I've seen it crash the engine. The game animation sample is real finicky. So I need to give her like a place to stand if I do that. Like just a little ledge or something. There's a brush right here I could give her a stand if I want to make her big. Yeah, she doesn't seem very important this way. I hate that. I don't want her flying necessarily. Maybe, I don't have very good flying animations. That's kind of why I don't want her flying. I'd almost rather she just stand there. She doesn't need to be as big as she was though. I might put her inside a painting, but in all reality, she's probably not much bigger than Charlotte because women hit their max height at basically around 14. So like they don't really grow beyond that. They're either somewhere between like 5'4" and 5'6". That's pretty much where they just cap out. I'm sure there are, you know, aberrants to that and the exceptions that prove the rules, but when I was designing characters, I did look up sizes of like average sizes of women at various ages, only to discover that they were basically all going to be about the same height anyway. I tried. Or just watching like this would be about this height. 4.6. I mean, I'll assume Tinka's a little bit bigger than her, but not like a lot. How tall is Tinka? I wrote these down. I have like, you know, little documents for each of the characters. Some much more complex than the others for certain. 5'7". She's actually tall for a female. Did I really make Charlotte short? Might have. Hmm. Hey, Nebbleby. How's it going? Asking the AI a question because the search engines are making me dig through a lot of sites, and very specific questioning here. Okay, she should be a little short. I guess they don't hit max height necessarily, at least according to Grok. So we'll say she's like average. We'll say she's like 5'2". Sure. Guess I'll update that in my notes. Oh, that's the important question. I'll include the ethnicity as well. Slightly taller. Fair enough. So if we assume that 4.6 is essentially 5'2", I mean that puts Tinker closer like 5 essentially as far as. It's probably about like that. I mean, to be fair, the model's not necessarily that much bigger than Charlotte's. I don't think it's even bigger at all. The base models might not be the same size either. That's true. It matters for scaling, you know. Like I usually use Charlotte as my universal scale for how big things are. And, you know, scale doors to normal sizes and things like that. So it's kind of, it is important to kind of have some idea of where things are supposed to be. Like I think I made Tinka smaller intentionally. Yeah, she's just smaller. And as far as setup and her character setup, but she doesn't need to be smaller. Capsule 30, sure. Guess I could have just manually moved her out. I'm just being lazy, I guess. Okay, so that's more accurate then at that point. If they're like that. I think just standing on the ground, so she'd be a little bit taller. Not by a lot. Women aren't really terribly much different in height. She would be... No, she'd be like... I think it's a full 5 inches taller than Charlotte. She's like half a Poppet taller. There you go. Poppet's like 10 inches tall. So, she's half a Poppet. That's how we'll define things in this world. How many Poppets things are. I should make Poppet a foot. That'd be really easy. When I looked up, the average height of a Barbie doll is actually a foot. So 12 inches. This is probably acceptable in height things. I mean, it's not terrible. Let's have her stand out here, I guess. And look down at you. Originally, when she was floating, I had her way too big. I just made it her size, but then I realized scope-wise it made no sense. To be fair, she is a ghost, you know, and she's in some mystical painting world, so there's not a lot of... It could go a lot of ways and it wouldn't have been bad. Now we'll just say she stands here or something, right? Is that acceptable? I can give her particles back if I want to. Particles. Not sure I need all these particles, but particles. Oh my god. I'm good. She could also stand on the thing, and I'm not sure I want all these particles, but maybe I do. With the size of this, it feels like she needs to be bigger in general just to match. I still think it's better that she's more like centrally focused in the thing as opposed to a little toy down here, and then you just rescue all the little friends down here and they just kind of wander around the little painting world, because there's a lot of space to wander around, especially in this central area that just might as well be infinite space. I can fit 21 things in here, probably, maybe. I miss any messages? Nope. Nope. Okay. I'll have to get tarot card put in here and then duplicate it a bunch. Oh. And the buttons appear because I have enough. This will work just fine. Fantastic. I kind of wanted it farther down. She's just tripping. I'll have to fix a lot on her. I mean, this one pipe doesn't need to be here, to be fair. I just have this pipe here. And I should have moved both at the same time because there is a liquid in the pipe and I went to move both. This map is so unoptimized. Also, I can't turn the lights on because it's the lights are intentionally made to look like this level here. There's no daytime. Potentially I might make this whole side a giant painting. That'd be kind of cool. And then I could just have paintings down here to go in, and I could actually move all 4 paintings from here, and this thing is just a giant painting that she's wandering around in. I don't hate it. You just talk to her through the giant painting. She could even walk around and follow you back and forth too. She did an RPG Maker. A very easy optical illusion to do in 2D. Harder in 3D. A lot harder. But doable if I want to. Well, I could get one of the paintings and drag it over. I do have that giant painting there, so let's say I do that. Let's play that game, shall we? It'd have to be like this. I don't know if that'd be all that cool or not. She's just wandering around this giant painting. Be kind of imposing, you know? Or maybe there's just a big painting here that she's in. Could be a vertical painting too. Well, maybe I like that idea. It's just a giant vertical painting. And they don't have to have the rest of it. She's just got this big old painting she's just standing in. That seems a lot cooler than the other setup. So if I'm doing that, I'm gonna probably move her down some. I don't really want her to be high up. I'm gonna just put glass in front of her. Do I put an image behind her? Well, this is set up. It almost seems like she should be high up here, like way up here instead. And watching inside of the painting. It could also be like she's just down here or something like that, and then there's just like a picture of a painting above her. I kind of like this idea. I don't like all this particle crap. No. I'm keeping things deliberately much more simple and grounded. The more I just think about it, man, you're still inside of a painting world, so it's not the most grounded thing in the world, but I could I could keep some amount of realism in there, some amount of believability, something that's a little more consistent with the world, I guess, instead of just making things bizarre where she's just flying through space, like, why? But if she's always stuck in a painting, which is kind of what she always was, more sense if it's in here. Oh, we'll call this, like, the giant painting back here. Sure, it seems a little awkward. Actually, to be 100% fair, No. Why in the world am I not just doing this with it? Like, hear me out. It makes infinitely more sense that I just rotate the dumb thing. So it's stretched in one direction and not all directions. I'm getting Chuck E. Cheese vibes where they have little alcoves and the things were inside them. Yes. We in Chuck E. Cheese now. Oh god. I guess Five Nights at Freddy's. It's just so. Was it Freddy Fazbear's? I think was the name of the place. Yeah. I would say evil Chuck E. Cheese, but if you've ever been to a Chuck E. Cheese, what do they even still exist? I don't know. If they do, those were pretty evil. Especially if you had to eat their god-awful pizza. Oh. I still had fun as a kid at them, even if I'd eat their god-awful pizza. I think as a kid I didn't even mind their god-awful pizza. As an adult, well... I do not put up with crap food as much as I once did. Yes. My refined taste would not allow for such a thing. Yes. Oh. Your neck pop there. Sometimes you just get that perfect neck pop. And the world is better for it. I could have just technically made this a blueprint. I don't know why I'm not just making this a blueprint. Like, why not just take one of her little, like, the painting indicator things and just change things out so that it's just a painting blueprint? I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be. Is there some reason why it needs to be is the other question. I don't know if it does. Of course, if it's a blueprint, then I can always just change it based upon where you're at in the level, too. Like, where you're at in the game. Like, her background could change. You could have a picture behind her at all times, and then the background just keeps changing. That's true. I almost want all the code for setting up the image though now. I didn't before, but oh. What's the character's name? I have oh yeah, I'm thinking the Dorian Gray thing, right? The person who can never look at his own painting because, you know, if he ever did, it would kill him. But whenever he would age, his painting aged instead, or when he was hurt, his painting would be hurt instead. It's not how Tinker works or like that. She's just stuck in the paintings. But I was just thinking that. I was like, you know, yeah, about that. Yeah, this makes sense. Hmm. Oops. I'm not gonna need half this crap, though. To be fair, I could have Tinka summon in there anyway. If you get near her painting, but I think I'm just gonna have her always in her painting. I don't think there's a reason for her to summon in per se. But you know, maybe. Definitely keep the image plane. Don't need the hex plane, so that'll be a thing that gets taken out in a second. Yeah, I don't plan on summoning Tinka. She's just gonna watch the whole time. Just not as interesting. Otherwise, end overlap not happening either. I don't really plan on having it be a portal to another area. I suppose it secretly could be, but no. And I can always add it later if I decide that's a thing. The painting will not be floating. You will not need to free the painting. I don't know why the painting needs an outline. You won't be unlocking the painting. I don't think any of these are necessary. I think I'm just going to block you from it and you just talk to her. I guess I can just get the correct size initially anyway. Okay, you can't do it that way. Oh well, it's a little better closer to size. I'll have to adjust it in the world, but I guess in the blueprint I could just adjust the static mesh itself and not the rest of it. I don't have to adjust the whole thing. Seems to kind of foobar stuff a bit, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. And why is the depth not? This one. Oh yeah, they don't all merge into the same at all. I guess a lot of them are as like children of the other. I'm not gonna ever move much. That. Whatever, I don't care. Try to keep the point light. Painting back's the one that needs to be adjusted anyway. I'm gonna make it a little shorter, I guess. I'm just moving the numbers inside of the actual blueprint, so this way I don't have to worry about it later. I like that it frames her name up there. I'm debating on how far down she's going to be standing. I think that it could be maybe a little less numbers there. I don't know why I have all these things separated like the attached to each other in this blueprint here. I was having to extract them all because they're just in a terrible setup. It's like, I don't know why they are set up like this, but I hate it. I hate it a lot. Lots of space for her to stand in. Sure. I don't see the glass moving in this per se, but it's fine. I guess this is probably okay. I mean, I could probably move the bar down there. This picture does not need to be anywhere near as tall as it is, I guess. It probably just needs to block this section off here and have her name like clearly visible. After all, you're walking around, you probably won't see it from that height up. It's so high. True. True indeed. Sure, let's change it like that instead, I think. Thing. I do kind of want her standing there. Maybe it doesn't need to be a certain size. I think I'm actually just do it like this. So do 1.6 there, get that like this. Let's do that, or do I just leave it where it was? I just move her name down. That's true. I'll just do this, and then I'm just going to increase the size of the painting back here and move the name down itself. Make the image plane visible. Is visible. Let's remove this thing here so she has an image behind her at all times. This has to be rotated anyway, plus it needs to be behind her. And it'll be a different image entirely. Or I could actually just make the image intentionally, you know, not this. I could make it actually just a more vertical image. Actually, what I'm probably gonna do is move it down here and then just fill the top area up with this like black. Right, because I want to move that down anyway. Yeah, I like that idea. That. I'm gonna match the painting to the other side too, so that matches what's in this thing too. Match that with that. Oh. File and save all that crap, so I'll do it over just in case. Should be fine. An image plane just has a material on it. It doesn't have to be a picture even necessarily. Oops. I have this selected when I do it, not the other. Rather than this image there, as you can see, it's not actually. It's very awkward though, setup there, how it looks. I mean, material that's I didn't swap this out for the other one, whatever. Oh. For Poppet, let's see. The upkeep graph here. The use icon here is Visibility, okay, so we're not blocking visibility, right? Yeah, it just says to ignore visibility. So you could talk to Tink on the other side of it, otherwise you'll talk to her. That would be... Also, this glass is not ideally located. And for the image plane, I think I had like a darkness one, right? No. Like the kill cube will have it. Will actually show the rippling and everything like that, the darkness to it. That's kind of cool. I changed out for the other one so I can change the materials in this one. We have tileable materials. Or I can make it metal too. Why is there instant carpet on this? Really? Ain't no carpet anywhere on here. Huh. Well, that's the case. Let me do this real fast and merge those together so it only uses one texture on all those paintings throughout the whole level, whole game, you know? Sometimes these, you know, geo brushes, that happens. You just get a weirdo thing in there and it's like, very strange. Even though I can't literally see it, so I wouldn't know where it was, but it's on the bottom? Oh, it's on the bottom actually. Oh, never mind. I could go through and merge them, merge after them to get rid of all the things, so it's just one. But whatever. What are we doing with these? We could put these behind her. She just has like around the sides. Or I could leave it as wooden and the inside there have like a mini version of it that has weird goopy stuff just everywhere. Where's your name tag, lady? I wanted to block the top, so it's actually weirdly very large at the top. A big secret. I might put something cooler in there in the future, but I definitely like the idea better of her being in a painting and not floating. That the floating made no sense. I had to set up turn her head again, but that requires messing with the animation thingy, and the game animation sample that she's using doesn't really mess with too well. Soon the 2D characters will be real. Yay! As soon as I remember how to do all that crap. It's not too bad. I like that the weird rippling behind her. Almost looks like part of that planet behind her. Yeah, it does. Looks like it's just part of that planet. Little clock thingy doesn't really fit there now because I want it to you be able to see that, so this clock probably shouldn't be here. Or if it's anywhere, it should be higher up. I don't know why I put a clock here. I guess I thought time would matter more at some point, but it doesn't. It really doesn't. That location just makes it hard to see it, so it's not even that great. Yeah, I like that. Doesn't block light very well, does it? Because you can see a weird shadow. Do I even want this here? I don't think I do. At some point I should probably convert that over into not a spline. This map just needs massive optimization. I mean, it's just not optimized anywhere. If I keep changing things, this isn't held on by anything. It's just spinning for no apparent reason. But overall, it's just a weird enough location that it gets the job done. I do question how much I even want this additional here, or if I would rather just be open to space. It could be open to space. Is that like so bad? Hmm. Hmm. Well, technically it's not open to space as long as that's there. I don't know if I like the open to space idea very much. But I can easily test it out by doing this. You know, maybe. That does... I think it feels more grand. It's like just you're in a very, very weird place. The other one feels more like you're in a room where you can see things outside there. It doesn't... I guess a little more cozy feeling. But how grand am I looking here? It's definitely a location for certain. I don't know if grand is what I'm aiming for. I really don't. You also don't look up very often in this game. Most of the time I think it'll be very similar. Just whether I think up is better or not. I'm like 50-50 on it. The reflection on those is kind of crazy. Yeah. Once I put about like 21 some odd toys in here, you can just rescue all of them. That'll give this place at least some amount of stuff that's going on. It's probably not bad. Now there are, what, 18 paintings? That's perfect. I'm not, I just arbitrarily picked 21, so I don't know if that's the number that there's really going to be of NPCs in the game. I probably doubt it. At some point I gotta find places for all of them. Ugh. I might take a quick bio break there. It's been almost 3 hours since I've stood up, and it makes me feel like it's been almost 3 hours since I've stood up. About that. I'll be back in a bit. We can all stare at space for a moment. Without all the lines. Except that line, apparently. Guess I'm stuck with something. There you go. Now we're back. Back in a sec. as always the case, I leave the room to go to the rest of the house. The house is freezing, and I come back in here, I'm like, huddled by my heater, and by the time I leave, I'll be super hot again, and then the cycle will repeat. It's just, that's my life now. It's just what I do. I could duplicate him 21 times. Just put him everywhere. Hmm. Hmm. I kind of want to make the insides of this have the same muddy texture. Instead of the painting back there, I just take this thing here. I don't think so she's just kind of lost in the darkness. I don't know if I want an image plane to be an option in there or not. Why does that image thingy, like the glass, not really appear? It's already got glass, so why does it need two? Hey Purge, 513, how's it going? Hey Sargento. I think you find it. I'm trapping a woman in a painting in darkness. It's kind of a terrible thing when you think about it. I gotta get rid of that weird portal in forest. You shouldn't portal in. Just makes it look really evil, doesn't it? Unfortunately, that doesn't... What do we got going on here? Let's just block everything here, right? Or this one could just do it. And then I don't need this other glass, which seems unnecessary because it's... I mean, there's already two glasses here. I can still talk with her. Perfect. Gameplay tags. Thought she had no portal spawn. I think I made that work, and if not, I better make it work, because, you know, it's weird. And play. It should be reversed, right? This is an actual portal spawn option. Is there? Am I right too? I guess I have portals in. Well, I'd rather just have certain things specified no portal spawns, probably easier. And just ram this into here. She's still tripping because she's trying to walk, which I don't really see need for her to walk anywhere. I could give her more space to move around if I wanted to walk back and forth. Make it deeper. We're just not gonna make them both bigger. I guess technically this could be all the way back here because it's just a painting. But I kind of like it being shoved in there too, so maybe I don't want it further back. Actually, I could just move this over too so it's not sticking into the thing. But they're all kind of set up to be like that, so I'm not sure I want to do that. Well, I mean, they're just a little walk traversable. And then I gotta do the other one too. So I made that, so this one here needs to be... It's gonna be like a 7.9, it'd be fine. There we now should be able to move around a little more, and then I just get rid of the painting back entirely probably, or the image plane. Does it need to exist at all? Important question here, does it need to exist? Probably not. I don't think I'm going to put an image in there. I guess I could put an image in the darkness, I suppose. If I cared that much. There's not really enough space for her there for moving around, but I guess we can just disable that. Should probably add in tarot cards too. Some things do be taking forever to load. There's a tarot card over here. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Perfect. God, this map looks terrible in the light. It's okay. It's not supposed to be in the light, so it doesn't matter. That was loaded in. Perfect. Gotta put them in all these places. $13? Sure. Oops. I picked it up and then gave myself all the tarot cards, thus negating the test. Hey Ghost, how's it going? I'm adding in all these tarot cards to places. Basically challenges that you do, like freeing all the paintings gives tarot cards. Finding all of Tinka's 2D friends. Let's have little 2D friends now that you can get. I gave Tinka a giant painting that she sits inside all the time, so she's not just hovering in thin air. Just to be a cool kid. And I got adding all these cards here. Because, well, they're going to be real sad if they open it and there's nothing in there. I don't think that's going to go very well. That's going pretty good. Today's main thing that I'm doing is just adding a bunch of crap to here. Same thing with the well, there's like a bunch of places in there where there's like you can get multiple tarot cards by simply having this stuff to like accomplishing a goal. Like having enough paintings unlocked will open up these things so you can then grab a tarot card out of them. I was gonna have to star this way. I didn't change the number on that. Whatever. And also I was adding in like 2D toys that you could rescue. I need to figure out how to make it where it's how to reset up paper ZD. I forgot. So I just have it sitting where it just auto faces you all the time. And whenever you find one of because 2D friends, you can rescue them. So I have renders of old ones there, so I'll be able to use those. Plus the bonus is that I have all these things in DAS where I can use renders of them for free. Like I don't have to pay any extra. So I could basically make 1 million NPCs for nothing. And of course now Tinka's inside of a giant painting. Just watching what's going on. Doing her thing. So that's kind of cool. Let's see, one of the other changes I made, or I've been working on. I have to go through and change out some code for one of the puzzles, but I didn't feel like doing it yet. I'll get to it, probably, eventually. Yeah, this area is going to be... I'm going to have the toy maker's office up here. Probably have like, you know, this hidden away or something back here. So every time you find audio logs of his, they appear here, and then you'll be able to get the tarot cards that way. The same thing with the lover's altar, which is for all the crystal balls. which I need to go through and change some things in this, I think. I don't know. I think the buttons aren't in the right location here. And then... Hey, Algebra Dev, how's it going? Aren't you going over some changes I was making today? Including having new water. It's better water. Yeah, things go pretty well. I was doing a bunch of changes to the painting world and tweak this room to have new water that looks better. It also has the coatings that I can I said it's a things float in it. So I want to make my rubber duckies float in the water. So I was like, wait, Epic gave me this thing that'll just work? Sweet. So working on that, and thought that was pretty cool. Just yesterday, actually a couple days ago, I got double jump, so now that's how she double jumps now. It looks cool when the devil's equipped, but the only time you get the devil equipped when you're double jumping is when you're double jumping. You can got the wings, like otherwise you can't really. But otherwise, it looks kind of like she's like the full outfit. So I kind of want that to be a thing, even though it's not. Just saying. She can also fly around. I need to make it so that this water actually goes down with the puzzle. I haven't done that yet. So what are you even up to? What you working on? What you do in the stream? I love this new water. It looks so pretty. So much better than the last water. Plus, when you look up, I gotta make it so this waterfalls don't go all the way down. Also, I'm underwater. Why is it able to do that? Did it not count me as being underwater? Really? Wait, was there water down here? I think the thing goes all the way to the ground. Interesting. I should fix this. Because you hit the buttons in here and stuff happens. If I can just load up here, I'll just bounce my way up. Still have the hangman where she hangs herself to get to places, but I think it's broken. Oh yeah, I need to fix that. I did something stupid to it and I forgot what it was. No, it doesn't work right. No, no, no. Hit the chat. Dumb. Yeah, I don't have it set to move the water. I switched using data layer so it doesn't load in the things that you can see necessarily see. So I need to add those to this data layer so you'll be able to see what's in here so it doesn't look like things are invisible. This is like super tedious though, which is why I didn't want to do it. I admit it. It's real tedious. Control room. These buttons here, same press pool, sure. Oh, I'm not actually clicked on the cartoon one. It's like it's way off on the side there. Just a bit. It just does this weird bending thing that water does, right? We all know water bends, right? What is going on with you, buddy? You look so weird. Maybe it just... I don't know. I'm suddenly able to see there? No, I cannot. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, then bye-bye now. Right. Kind of hoping to load on top of it, you know? I'll start up here. Sometimes the loading's a little slow. Well, these aren't data layers, these are in the building itself, so it's a little better. Okay, well, at least I know that it affects it, even though the transforms it does it wrong, of course. I have two waters because the other one works for showing things on the side, because this water doesn't show them on the side, and also it's got all the code to deal with killing things that hit it and stuff. Which I kind of want to merge the two together, but at the same time, that person's code is really complicated. Basically a mess, and my code was also pretty complicated, and I just didn't want to put on all the effort, I guess. I guess to be 100% fair, I could have just parented it. Like if I parented it to mine, would that screw anything up? I wonder. That's a good question. Maybe. I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't reparent. Of course, then I'll have to add in all the information for the size of the cubes on everyone. Oh, wait. Well, no, because the kill cubes don't actually have the same thing as that water material, so I could probably get away with this. I forgot about the reparent option. Yeah. See what happens. It might break. Don't think I need AC puzzle twice. Maybe. We'll find out if it works. So then I just get rid of the one here. Then I get all the trouble of having to do this again, which just sounds like the most fun ever. But technically it should have a kill cube option built into it, in theory. Has puzzle, gameplay tags. Oh, well, this actually caused, never mind, this might cause some problems because the kill cube thingy is, does it cause problems? Does it indeed? Maybe. Water didn't stick out this far a while ago. What happened with that? What dis? It would be nice if things were easier and I'd have to do a lot of extra work. The old water sucks. It does not look good. What am I looking for? Oh, I want to see if I... Oh yeah, I just move it around. I don't even bother with the changing a size on it. It might cause a problem though. Because when the two whenever two of these water thingies interact, the two of the ones that guy made, that causes an issue with each other that I solved, but yeah, maybe I just don't do what I was just doing there. Maybe I just ditched the reparenting thing. I think I'm making my life hard for no reason. And I should probably make a point of not doing that to myself. Hear me out, you know? Saving work by making it where I only have to not do one thing, but have to do a bunch, like, more than that one thing seems pretty great. Not great at all. Double check that I did the reparent. Back one more. Or not back one more? Oh. Oh. It just didn't. Oh. Better. Why is it bending all weird? The hell? Worked flawlessly, but I think I'm gonna mess something up. Making it so much more bendy than before. The hell? Let me just reload the map. When in doubt, it starts getting weird. Just reload the map. It's better that way, trust me. I don't recall it moving this much until I started screwing with things. Great. Anti-progress. What I'm hearing now. I'm gonna close out the engine and reopen it just to make certain that it's not some weirdo thing it's doing. Haven't seen it do it before, so before I get all crazy about it, let's see if restarting works. Might. Waiting to see if it does the craziness again. Weird warping that it was doing. I've messed with this water ever since like they gave it to me in UE4, and I've never seen it warp like that. I mean, maybe a little bit, but that was just huge amounts of warping. Like a little bit, I'll just shrink it. That's fine. I'm not worried about that, but it was a little awkward. Wait, is there more than one? I want the cartoon water. That's what I want. Nah, I don't want all that crap. Oh. Apparently this number is... No, that's fine. I found the exact number it ends up at. It's just barely above the other water. Water's so hard to see. Okay. Vamoosh. And onto this one. Hey, Hyper Studios. How's it going? Pretty good. Playing around with all the game dev thingies. Which is never bad. Never unhappy about it. Oh. Appreciate it. That'll give me 90 wish lists if you do that. I gotta start advertising. I gotta get up to that first 100 so I can be like, I have a 100 wish list celebration thingy. Soon. Soon, dear. Soon. Oh. Oops. Don't scale it like that. Ain't nobody gonna like that. I really gotta get to the old wish, like peddling the game out there to the world. I figure like once I have more testable versions and everything, it'll change a lot and I'll be able to really advertise it a lot better. Right now, it's not really there. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Should get me up to like say a full 90. But won't reflect that for a little bit, but getting closer to that 100. That's right. Be part of the OGs. The original 100. Hell yeah. Did I... Huh. It's weird the last location is... Oh, never mind. It's got a lower transform, that's why. Yep. 10 more people can get in on the original 100. The real OGs, the ones who, you know, supported me from the start. I was thinking around the $20 range is the base price, but we'll see. It's not going to be any more than that. That would be like the cap. Unless some, you know, publisher's like, well, we're going to give you millions of dollars, in which case we'll talk. But if it's just me, I highly doubt it'll be more than that. And then that's not including all the sales and everything like that, you know. Whenever a game first comes out, it's immediate, like, got like a 10% off sale so that it shows up on the list. Otherwise, you'll get nothing. But I figure it'll be probably at least 20 hours long, maybe more. We'll see. Hell yeah. Nope, it's gonna be like $90 with like day one DLC. I'll slap an EA logo on it, everyone will believe it's worth the money. Those silly fools will never know what hit them. Ha ha ha. That'd be funny. Day 2 DLC. Gotta go start. Hey, that's right. Day 2 DLC. Won't be as crazy as the Day 3 DLC. Aw, yeah. And all the DLC outfits? Hell yeah. Honestly, I was going to go the Bloodstained route where I just was going to give away lots of free DLCs if people like the game. Like, if the game sells well enough, I'll just start giving out free DLCs to just make, like, you know, they won't be like full-on expansions or anything, but, you know, they gave it all kinds of, like, secret new areas, new outfits, new features, new playable characters. I mean, I don't see any reason I wouldn't do the same. Yeah. There's like basically 3 in the first chapter. 2 against a couple of toys, and then 1 against Charlotte the Ghost Girl. Why didn't that go down? I foobarred my stuff. Oops. Maybe I'll migrate it from the other one back over then. Have a backup. Like a religious pantheon going on there? I have a religious pantheon in my world. Doesn't really make matter much for this game. I mean, you know, much of everything here is happening inside of this, you know, this toy store here. So it's like, you're not battling gods or anything. Let's be real here. You know, it's very small ball in that regard. You know, I have all this information about the world. And every game I ever make is just going to be in the same world, so if you know the lore of the world, then it holds true for every game I make. How many games I make, we'll see. It depends on how well this does and how long it takes. Because if it takes infinite time, I don't have time to make more games. Ooh. I'm going to copy some files over, or migrate them specifically from an old version of the game. See if I can fix that water that I foobarred. The one on E is probably fine. Back up, back up, back up. Yeah, it's from the 17th. That should be fine. At most, you might encounter like statues of like gods or something like that, or maybe like minor references to them. Maybe about all you would encounter in this game as far as, you know, references to a particular pantheon. So it's like a chapel, you know, and in the chapel there would be like, you know, various religious paraphernalia, which I haven't even added in yet. I was gonna make statues of my own gods. Things like that in there. A lot of the iconography I have is more, you know, Christian based though, because to be completely fair, it's like the easiest to come by on the marketplace. It really just is. There's so much of it, they just give it away for free all the time. None of that. None of that. Just that. That's fine. Si, senor. Hopefully this fixes the foobarring I did of the water. I should really work on the bosses. Probably won't today, but that should be like maybe tomorrow night or something. Because I mean, I've already been at it for 8 hours and kind of working on other stuff right now, but they need some work, they need polish, they can be way better. I guess technically I was working on a boss a couple days ago, the Ghost Girl fight. The old Charlotte fight. But that's more of a horror boss fight, so it's not really like a regular Metroidvania fight. Oh, I gotta redo the water change? Fine. That one's on me. If it stays inside its little area and doesn't warp all weird, it still kind of warps a bit weird, but I guess that maybe was just normal. I just didn't notice the warping. It's possible I just might need to have a wider thingy at that point. Like a wider barrier. So this way it can't be seen. When in doubt, cheat. Alright, well I remember exactly how I changed this, so I don't care. Actually, to be fair, it's unlikely to have gotten rid of that material anyway, because I made fresh materials, so those should still exist, which means I can make a quick edit here and it'll just instant change it. So all I did was copy over files that were, you know, over other files that were already there, but I didn't erase anything. There you go. You work with the puzzle now again? I forgot. That loads in just a little bit slow enough that I want to load up here so I can drop onto it. I could also just rocket my way up or something, or fly my way up. There's other ways to do it too, but whatever. Huh. Didn't exactly go to the right level, did it? I wonder where it went. Also, something saying hello. Where do I foobar this? Somewhere. Oh, I see. Should be 11.25. Where's it going? It looks like it's correct. And copying and pasting a location should put it where it's supposed to be. In theory. Oh. It's weird because the other one works just fine. Went to all zeros. So it's not remembering the right thing at all. Interesting. Started at the wrong number, but that's didn't move. Why? I'm ready to delete the hello over here, but what went wrong? It's finding it, but the number is very wrong. Hiding in the chat. Good job, me. That the names aren't matching up or something? I'll just manually do it. In case of some weird corruption or something going on. I remember I literally copy pasted the whole thing. Just the whole item name array over. And to my knowledge, this code is copied too.
Oh. I don't know what I typed there, but it was terrible. I should feel bad. I get sloppy with my typing every year that goes by. What we like to see. This water looks so much better. I mean, holy crap. So much better looking. I don't like that it's really light at a distance, so that's weird. I just realized that some people might actually go this way to get there. Also, that's the thing. But they might actually go over here through this way to get the Empress, as opposed to jumping from above. Huh. That's true. They might. That'd be weird. They actually end up below this water. So I gotta fix that because it's obviously too low. Overall though, not too bad.
Round 57. However many it's taken to test this. A whole lot. Infinite. The most. Because it isn't that bad, but it's been a couple. I gotta remove all those from the thing. I still gotta make sure those things don't die by hitting whatever they're hitting. Because there's like randoms that are just dying off like crazy. It's like, how awkward. I just get free heals forever. Somewhat pressing bug that needs to be fixed relatively soon. There you go. Looks better. It's trying to look like a real game, right? Possibly. Bit of an error with this, though. I think it's from over there. This needs to be a little higher if I'm gonna do that. Well, that water needs to be a little lower. Yeah, because this is what's hitting. Do that. Probably fix it. We'll see. See indeed. I gotta fix the flying thing and the hangman's broken now. Sorry, I had all these here. It's paint 4. Click again, just 1 then end. Which is just that is 1, 2, 3. I assume grapple active isn't looping somehow. I guess because it runs through this and there's like a cost or something. Oh. Let me swap these out. Because the trouble is that they have the same name, so I have no idea what's true and what's not. It's not pulling me to anything, it just says 1 through 4 then stops. So I think grapple is failing. This is failing. Because it needs a number on it, so it's looking for. Got a lot done today so far. I'm definitely feeling the tired though, so. It's like a delay, and the delay is too slow for this. Like, right, this just has a delay. Tell you what. Was there already a delay up here? There's just a delay until next tick. A lot of my code was not designed to deal with all 66 abilities, because I didn't know they existed until, you know, recently. Yes. And they keep getting changed, so. That's the ability we've come to know and love. I don't even remember what these calculations meant when I did them. Just rest assured they were quite intelligent when I did them. In no way, shape, or form did I look up the calculation. I remember looking it up. I totally did. There's just no world. I hate vector math. I'm terrible at it. Vector math is my arch nemesis. At least disasters averted on those. And then how's the vibe? It's going pretty good. Got my water working. Now the hanged man will shut off if you switch, so that's good. I'm need to fix the animation on the chariot now, because after you activate it the first time then deactivate it, it will not flap the wings. Still flies, but it looks dumb. That's more steps. I've added a lot of steps in. Like, I did a package test a few days ago, just off stream, and I was like at 52 minutes, and I hadn't even gotten to Patrick yet. And I was just collecting everything. I've added so much crap. So at that point, if it takes like an hour to get to, you know, Patrick and beat him, like all things like that, that's probably enough for the demo itself. Like, I probably don't even need more demo than that. Even though most of chapter 1 is basically done already. And it's mostly about building up the bosses to be better at this point. Trying to determine where abilities are going to need to be made. So I think it's mostly just improve the enemies, things like that. There's going to be like tests, because you should never release a demo. You should actually do the tests, because apparently tests act just like a demo as far as the Steam algorithm goes. But you can do a lot of tests, thus getting the same benefit of having demo after demo after demo. But if you release a demo, you only get one demo. So apparently, the secret is that some have like limited tests to let people try things out. Let Steam continuously hype it for me. But even then, there's things that, like, it's just about polishing things and making it better, because right now it's still not good enough. There's things that are just... they're fine. But chapter 1 has to basically be what sells the game. It has to ooh, it has to ah. It's got to be something special. Otherwise, they ain't gonna play the rest. I'm confused. Like, you post only one demo usually. Yeah, no, like demo for one. There's something. It's like called like a package test or something like that. It's I have to look into it like again, but apparently you can set up these things that are just like they're tests essentially, or people can play for like a week or something like that, and it's not like an actual demo. But Steam treats it like a demo, and then it gets all hype and sends a bunch of people your way. And you can do any number of these. Oh. You don't want to release the demo until you have like it as flawless as possible, because then you lose the ability to do these weird package tests that are like free traffic. I was watching some video on Steam marketing, and I was like, people will test it and it acts as a I'll see how it goes with that. I don't 100% know. I mean, like, this is just with what the Steam marketer person was saying, how it worked. I was like, okay. I figured, oh, let's wait for the demo, make the demo awesome. How am I going to get people to test it? I don't know. I'm going to try to do it whenever the game's ready for that. Like, there's basically, all the way up to Patrick needs to be fantastic. Like, they're better be flawless. Like, I don't want to put something out that has issues with it that I can easily spot myself. Yeah, in a week, pretty much, yeah. There's definitely one thing I learned from the when I was doing this RPG Maker version was you only get to put it out once. It doesn't matter if it's like a prototype or whatever. The hype is there in the very beginning, and it's never coming back. It's really that simple. It's never coming back. So, because those prototypes were just available forever, so they're effectively like a demo, but they had problems with them. But I was letting people test how it's going while I was streaming, working on it, you know, so they could kind of interact with the stream. Was not effective. Was a terrible strategy. Did not work out the way it should have. What I was hoping. Should have done. It just didn't work out the way I was hoping. Initially, there was interest, and for the very first prototype, and every prototype afterwards, there was none, nada, zip. Like a couple people would play each one. It was terrible. And so this time I was like, hey, wait a second, I ain't making that mistake again. When I kick this one out the door, it's gonna be awesome. And to be fair, it's already a way better game than the other trashy thing that I had was, but that RPG Maker thing was garbage, but still. I won't forget how that went. Nope. What's I doing? I guess I should look at the flight thingy. Originally I was thinking the demo might be all the way up to Vu, but I'm starting to think that maybe that's just a bit far for how long it is, like how long it take me to get everything. And I know where everything was. Like, I mean, I added extra steps to make it more convoluted. And there is, just up to Patrick, there's like 2 optional rooms too. Since I added in the campsite and that whole thing going outside and through the pipes to get to it, or through the ducts I should say, and the pump room always has existed for a long time, so it's available. I'm pretty certain I can keep busy for at least an hour for the demo, so it just has to be fantastic, which means it needs story and things like that too when it gets to the demo phase. When it's the package test phase or whatever it is, the testing thing, yeah, I don't gotta worry about that. So having some sort of intro story would probably be good. I'm sure I'll have some friends locally test it first before I get to that point anyway. I was already going to probably rethink when I release this game too, because I was going to release it in October, but the problem is that that's also when the autumn sale happens, and I don't want to release my game during the autumn sale. I'll never get any sales. Yeah, those odds mentioned already. Yeah. Only kick it out the door if it's ready, unless you're an early access game, in which case I still wouldn't kick it out the door without a whole bunch of wish lists. I look at Thomas Brush's game, he's looking at like a release window of like 5 years or something like that. You know, I'm like, maybe I can get it done in like less than 3. I have major events planned out, but little weird things in between, not so much. Mostly because I keep changing things around, so it's... I had a bunch of things planned out, and then I've had to change those things, so now I've just kind of given up changing them until I have everything in the right locations, so I can do that. But all the major events are still there. There most certainly is a story. You start mid-end titles, you can clear it in 15 minutes, you just spend this time with the gameplay. I mean, I don't think the story would be a 15-minute story, but I'm saying. There is an overarching goal and everything like that. it's not going to be the most in-depth story, and that because it's a Metroidvania, so you spend so much time running around that you don't have a lot of people to talk to in this game. So much of the story is told either in the form of collectibles, like a horror game would tell, because it's just, who's Poppet going to talk to? Poppet making her own comments about things. Her talking to Tinka, who's available to talk to basically whenever whenever you want to. And you don't talk to Charlotte because she's, she's a ghost girl. She's not really, they talk to her. There are some NPCs you'll meet along the way too. We'll see how much chatting happens with all the random people in the world. Most of them, like I say, are crazy, so they're not going to have a conversation with you probably at all. So I deliberately kept the story where it would be fairly simple, with hopefully powerful themes to, keep it on track. We'll see how it goes. I admit that of all the things that I've got skill-wise, like, my writing is probably my least, I have the least confidence in, because I have the least to prove so far with it. Like, I don't have a lot to show off. So, we'll see. But I'm going to try to have some sort of intro thingy, some kind of ending cutscene, and then I think I'm probably just going to visual novel style most of the rest of the dialogue in the game. I don't see how I'm ever going to accomplish cutscenes unless AI lets me just generate them outright. It's just, they take so long to make animations that, I mean, people spend years making those things. No. What's under double jump? That's what I couldn't find. I was like, wait a minute. I'm so confused. Probably like, what, fly forward or something? Hover forward? Sure. Where did this look better or worse? I'm about to find out. Also, if I wait long enough, I'll go for the Mega Grand on the next time around, because I have. At this point, the game will be awesome enough to, I think, merit the Mega Grant. Previously, it was like pretty mediocre. Don't overload between the rooms like that. Had some okay things, but it was definitely not in a good place for the Mega Grant. But I'm gonna see if I can. Now I'm planning for it to have like 6 months to make certain this is awesome, so we'll see how that goes. Oh. Do I like that better? Maybe. In which case, if I can get a bunch of money from Mega Grant, the release thing, everything will change around. We'll see. Honestly, I probably early access at that point because I'll have all the extra cash to throw towards things, and I can give people something to play that hypes them too. Maybe the flaps are better. Is it making the flap noises? Should be. I don't hear him. Maybe I don't need to finish the game with the background. Nah, I'm here. This is about, you know, fulfilling a dream here. The goal is to finish the game, you know, make the game I always wanted to make, basically. Within reason. I mean, you know, there's obviously certain levels of what is possible and what is not possible for a solo dev. The main purpose of trying to make money is that I can then afford to sit there and make more games. Something that I would not be able to do if I don't make anything. Maybe I do like that better. It's not making the flap noise though, which is weird. Is it because the montage doesn't keep the noise? This is really quiet, I guess. Hmm. Now, if I get the Mega Grant, though, I'll be able to afford real voice actors. That'll be awesome. I'm still gonna use AI ones until I'm ready for like the final lines, though, because you know the AI ones cost nothing. So for testing purposes, I can just have those set up, and then if I get money, I can afford real ones, and well, that would be awesome. AI ones are okay, but they're definitely nowhere near as good as the real thing. Yet. Hmm. How many more hours I got in me today? Almost 9. Trouble is I'm having fun working on it, but body's just like, eh. Hmm. Ooh. If a flight to work. I think I want because it was making flapping noises even when she wasn't using anything, so I set up a thing so it would unequip and equip it, which never seems to truly work the way you want. You know, instead of doing this, oh, I know, actually I can do it on here, right? So instead of having these dumb things here, I could actually make it easier by not having those and instead just have get gameplay tags. And then just have gameplay tags for if it's equipped or not. And then I don't have to send these necessarily at all. It's just add tag. Gameplay tags are like a godsend. They're wonderful. I'll also have the subtabs in there to make it easy on myself. Wait, what? Pick that up. Doing bad things here. Got back flying. I think that was go with me with that. So I don't have to think about it. The other one I wanted was equipped, sure. I want pack equipped. Make it easier. One more. Alright. If having to send these out whenever I want, I can just do this and make my life easy. Well, I misnamed that. Whatever. Packing flying is apparently the thing now we're doing. No. It'll bug me. If you edit it, then it'll give you something about needing to change some files or something. If you just delete it and add the name again or just do a different name, you don't gotta do that. One of these seems like a lot less work. Can you guess which one? I guess I'm keeping this one for the moment because it's not the one that's making a difference. No, it's true, so flying there. Wait. Wait, do you have a flying option? We have one. I hate to use something as generic as flying, because I might use it for something else by accident. Why don't I just make the chariot active, the thing? Like, why am I having an extra one for pack flying? The chariot's the only one that's going to be involved with flying anyway. And then... maybe just stick with flying. Wait. That's why it's kind of confusing the whole setup here. Those things where I've gotten so tired now that I'm. What should be easy is like much harder than it probably needs to be. But someone else's code that I had to keep toning down to be not garbage. And then I made a bunch of my own code to try to work with their garbage. I mean, they made the pack that the thingy came in, so I was like, okay, well, I guess. What a mess. Let me find this first. I'd like to get rid of this other setup here either way. Reset this? I have to wonder if I even set this. You had all this weird stuff in here that's just like I just copy pasted the whole thing. So I was like, well, I'll figure out whatever was necessary. He had some blueprint that had like he had a big go-between thing and like a bunch of different things. It was just it was not designed to be integrated into anything. Hey, gameplay tags. Okay, so yeah, jetpack flag is literally figured out by this here, so I don't even need it. And I don't care about anything else, right? Like I only care about jetpack flying, and equip doesn't matter. I guess it does equip an option. Oh. No, I got rid of this. I thought I did. Oh, I put it here. I was like, somehow my character is floating around without having any of this stuff. This seems weird. This character doesn't care about any of that. It's just whether or not. Oops, I didn't want to start a test. Whatever. I don't think I need this right here ever. It's just jetpack flying. If I just have flying up here connected to that, sure. Yes, pack equipped is better. Yeah, we'll keep them separate. Just pack flying, and maybe I'll do that. I might give you another type of flying, in which case I won't want these things necessarily set up like that. I don't need this. It's just pack equipped, and that's all I have to do. I don't do any of this extra crap. F all this. You made life so hard. I'm just trying to copy paste both, buddy. Actually, this is probably where equipped should be, right? And up here is where it would add flying, I guess. Or maybe I just add them both down here and not add over here, because it's kind of weird to continuously add them both there. True. What, just call it after this test? My brain is just not even there. I'm not even sure what I've done it right or not. But the yawn factor is strong. But I'll at least test that, and then I'll find someone to raid out to. Hell yeah, screwed that up. Brain's just not working at the moment. It's like, nope. Yeah, I'll figure it out another time. Definitely tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be back. Maybe tomorrow. Actually thinking about it. Tomorrow is like the day I don't normally stream, but I haven't streamed that much this week, so if I am, I'll be back at 10 p.m. If not, you know, we'll see. I do want to work on the game, so I'll probably end up streaming tomorrow anyway, just cause. Whatever the case, if you like what's all, game's called Poppet Quest. You know, follow, subscribe, join the Discord, wishlist it, or don't. You know. Thanks for watching just the same. And yeah. We'll send people over to someone on Twitch, and yeah. Or you go by to the YouTube and kick people, because I can't raid out with you, sadly. Why would people on YouTube and kick?